I'm very happy to start this occasion for the state-of-the-art conference on Lyme disease. I'm Dr. Anthony Bright, the Director of Health for the City of Stamford. We're very pleased that we were able to work with the Lyme Disease Foundation in sponsoring this conference. This is the largest conference of its type, and I hope that everybody will be walking away from here with one thing in mind when they leave after tomorrow is what's that additional thing they can do in their area to either help in the research or prevention or treatment of this disease. We have a lot on our agenda. It's a very heavy conference. There's a lot in for a lot of people. We hope that you participate in the conference in a very active way and also take advantage of the public forum tonight, where we expect a very good turnout with the public having an opportunity to ask the experts. We have the mayor of Stamford will be here later on to give the greetings from the city. But we're fortunate now to have with us Susan Adams, who is the Commissioner of Health for the state of Connecticut. She's a former colleague as a local health officer in Connecticut. She hails from Yale, where she has gotten 2 master's degrees, one in urban studies and one in public health. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce Susan Adams, our Health Commissioner.
Thank you, Dr. McBride, and good morning. And what a distinguished audience. It's wonderful to see a conference like this so well attended. And I'm very pleased as Commissioner of Health to welcome many of you from out of state to the state of Connecticut, which has some attributes that some of you may know about and some may not. We are called the land of steady habits. That probably has some connection to Lyme disease. I'll let you figure that out for yourself. We are also the state with the highest per capita income in the country. And we just learned from Time magazine last week that we have the gutsiest governor in the country. Those attributes are fine. We also have some others that are not so fine. We have 3 of the poorest cities in the top 11 or 12 in the country. We have a city with a population around 100,000 that has the highest infant mortality rate in the country for a city that size. We have neighborhoods in those 3 poorest cities where the infant mortality rates equal those of third world and developing countries. In some of our inner city neighborhoods in Connecticut cities, we have AIDS rates that equal those of the South Bronx in New York City. And all of this makes headlines, and we who live here in Connecticut read about these things all the time. What we don't read about all the time, and what we are not reminded about all the time, is that this is also the state where Lyme disease was first identified. And I live in the summertime, not far from the part of the state where the first outbreak, if you will, of Lyme disease was identified. And it's very interesting that the emphasis towards that identification did not come from anybody in any of the healthcare professions. It came from a parent. And I think for those of you that are parents, you might respond to the statement that for most parents, most good parents, are natural-born epidemiologists. Think about that. And since that time, the 70s, when this disease was first identified and named for the towns in the center of the area where this began, we have watched in the state of Connecticut this endemic focus quietly spread, cover virtually the entire state of Connecticut. And this AIDS is a dreadful, horrible disease, and it makes headlines. We talk about it all the time. In this state, we have another new disease. We've become an endemic state for rabies and raccoons, and that's making headlines all the time, too. Lyme disease is an insidious disease, does not make headlines. It poses serious diagnostic and therapeutic problems both for patients and for healthcare providers. There are problems with payment for treatment for some of the people with chronic courses who really require repeated courses of very intensive treatment. But more than anything else, I think, from those people that I know that have had Lyme disease, if you don't catch it right in the beginning, affects the quality of your life for the rest of your life. And I don't think that we pay enough attention to that, and I don't think that has been publicized enough. This is a disease that really requires more light shining on it. And that is what our local health department, the Stamford Health Department, in conjunction with the Lyme Disease Foundation and with co-sponsorship from Stamford Hospital, are doing here today and tomorrow. And I am very proud that this is happening in the state of Connecticut. I expect my employees, several of whom I believe are here, to come give me a briefing since I can't stay for the whole conference. I believe you are going to learn and take away from here a lot about Lyme disease, which, whether you're a layperson or a healthcare provider, is going to help you deal with this disease in the years to come. I hope you all have a wonderful conference. Thank you.
I'll be introducing the next person who is, I guess, personifies the active spirit behind getting the public as well as the health community, in both research and treatment, getting them activated and encouraged to go on in terms of dealing with this disease. I'm speaking of Karen Portion. I think most of you either know her or have heard of her or remember her in the Hearts Mountain commercial of a few years ago. But Karen approached us 2 years ago in working with her in the effort to combat this disease. And in Karen, we found a very intelligent, but more so committed person who has taken the banner and without which we all wouldn't be here. Karen has received her bachelor's degree at Muskegon College, and she's received a master's in business administration from the University of Connecticut. She's currently working full-time as the co-founder of the Lyme Disease Foundation, and she's the president and chair of the board of directors. Karen Portion.
Just a second. Release your button. You take your button off. I would like to let you know that we are very pleased you could all come. This is probably the largest conference on Lyme disease, Lyme borreliosis, that has ever been held. There are over 550 registrants here today. We expect an equal number tonight at the public forum, bringing the total somewhere around, the best we can estimate right now, between 1,000 and 1,500 people will come in and through these doors in the next 48 hours. We are pleased that you've all been very patient in the registration process. I'd like to introduce the videotape that Senator Lieberman set up. He has a number of pieces of legislation he's working on today and some votes down in the Senate, and asked yesterday if you could please send out the tape, and he'll tape his comments to you. One thing you should know about the Senator, when I first met him, I wasn't exactly sure what should be done. All those years ago in 1989, when I walked up to him in the Senate lunchroom saying, "We need something done on Lyme disease. I don't know what to ask for. What do you have to offer and can you help?" He turned and said hello. He was a very new senator, probably for the first time having lunch in the Senate lunchroom. And he said, "Yes, we will do something for you. We will spearhead the Senate. We'll work with the congressman of your choice.
I'm very sorry that the Senate schedule here in Washington prevents me from being
So without further ado,
pleased that modern technology provides me this means to welcome you to Connecticut and commend you for this extraordinary gathering of experts on Lyme disease research, treatment, and public education from around the country. Your work is extremely important if we're going to win the war against this insidious disease. I promise to do all I can to ensure that you have the federal resources you need in order to continue this critical fight. Karen Forshner, who organized the Lyme Disease Foundation in 1988, was really one of the first people who came to lobby, and I use the word lobby positively, after I was elected to the United States Senate. She came with a very compelling personal story about a disease that few Americans knew enough about then, but one which was appearing across the country in growing numbers, causing harm to literally thousands of people. The foundation that Karen founded recognizes the immediate nationwide need for education and research about Lyme disease. Last December, I was pleased to help the foundation in their efforts to obtain a grant of $198,000 from the Centers for Disease Control. This grant will assist the foundation in their efforts to educate the public through public service announcements and educational videos. Each year, I'm also pleased to join the foundation in its effort to educate the public by introducing legislation that designates the final week of July as Lyme Disease Awareness Week. Now, this year, we're going to recognize the 4th annual Lyme Disease Awareness Week, and I consider that to be an important vehicle for teaching the nation about this disease. It gives us the opportunity to organize events here in Washington and other events around the country to educate the media as well as the general public about Lyme disease. Lyme Disease Awareness Week will be the week of July 26th this year. And I hope all of you will initiate activities in your own communities and use this National Public Awareness Week to increase understanding of this disease in your own communities. But of course, the education must go on all year. I'm pleased that so many of you are spending your time educating as well as diagnosing and researching. Without your dedication, we would not have made the progress we have made thus far. I know that you need help from the federal government, and I will continue to work with the Appropriations Committee to increase the funds available for Lyme disease research and treatment and public education, and to ensure that those funds which are provided are spent wisely. Again, I regret that I cannot be with you in person, but I welcome you to Connecticut, and I hope that your stay in our state is both productive and enjoyable.
you can clap. The other person I would like to introduce is Dr. Andrew McBride. For those of you that don't know him, I think in the children's video a little later on you'll meet Major Tick Check, and I think he'd agree with me in saying that Dr. McBride is quite a cracker. He is the Director of Health and Medical Advisor for the City of Stamford. He has his MD from the University of Pennsylvania, his MPH from Yale. He is a pediatrician trained at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, Albany Medical Center, and Howard University. He was Senior Vice President of Children's Hospital in Washington, D.C., where he spends a considerable amount of time on advocacy issues for patients and parents. He is former Commissioner of Health of Washington, D.C. He's been instrumental in the Lyme disease movement throughout Stamford, bone marrow registry, led programs that excel in the model for all of the country. He trained under Surgeon General Koop, and he is now on our board of directors, and we feel very lucky to have him as an advocate, not only for physicians, but an advocate for patients, parents, departments of health. So I'd like to turn the program back to you, Dr. McBride.
That's the first time I've ever been called a cracker. I will disperse from time to time our thank yous. We have a long list, so I'll just say a couple right now. Of course, Karen and Tom have been, they're part of this. Leon Shapiro and Deborah Katz, and my department. I hope that anybody from my department, please stand up or raise your hand. Anybody from my department, stand up. Stand up if you stand up. Stand up in terms. These are people. They're here. A lot of them not working in their job descriptions, and we probably have a bunch of grievances after this. And they'll be working tomorrow, and all of this voluntary because we're under the constraints of budgets, as you might hear from our mayor later on. Andy Robustelli and Robustelli World Travel, and that's the Andy Robustelli of the. For those of you who don't know Andy, he was the New York Giant all-star from the years by. He's been very helpful in working with us and our sister agencies in the city government. The next person received his degree in zoology and parasitology from the University of Basel in Switzerland and in the Swiss Tropical Institute in Basel. He's a scientist emeritus from the Laboratory of Pathology from the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease Labs in Hamilton, Montana. He first identified the causative agent of Lyme disease. He has done extensive research in the ecology of human and animal diseases and in microscopy. He's received several awards, and I can only go through his latest. He received the Robert Koch Gold Medal in 1988, the Bristol Award in Infectious Disease from the Infectious Disease Society of America in 1989, and the Walter Reed Medal in 1990. He's received the easy way 2 medical degrees from the University of Bern and the University of Marseille. He is the person that we will be constantly referencing throughout this whole conference, Dr. Willie Bergdorfer.
Thank you very much, Councilman Hyde. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
First of all, I would like to thank the Lyme Disease Foundation for making it possible for me to come talk to and participate in the program. The title of my presentation is supposed to be a poetic talk for a global perspective. Although the wide global distribution of Lyme borreliosis and related clinical manifestations can no longer be questioned, the often cited statement that this disease occurs worldwide is as inaccurate as the statement that tick-borne spinocerosis in our country affects thousands of people in at least 47 states. In other states where only 1 or 2 cases have been reported. On the other hand, it may well be that the Lyme disease spirochetes, or closely related spirochetes, may occur in as yet unrecognized foci, where they are maintained and distributed by blood-sucking arthropods that do not attack humans. Thus, health authorities may not be aware of such enzootic foci until introduction of anthropophilic arthropods, either by humans and their domestic animals, or by migratory birds, leads to disease outbreaks. In these Lyme borreliosis, see whether this is going to work here. We have the light out. Is a perfect example of large human populations sharing their biotopes with those of the well-established members of the disease foci, namely the house right in the middle of the enzootic foci, then the rodents, the deer, and the infected ticks. The global distribution of Lyme borreliosis coincides with the geographic distribution of the main vectors that, with few exceptions, belong to the Ixodes ricinus complex. This complex, at the present time, includes 8 species of Ixodes ticks that show morphological and biological diversities from the additional 200 species of the genus Ixodes. Russian anthropologists refer to this group as the Ixodes persulcatus complex, Ixodes persulcatus being the main vector of Lyme borreliosis in Europe and in Asian countries. Ticks belonging to the Ixodes ricinus complex are limited in their distribution to the temperate zone, which is the region between the 30th and 60th degrees latitude, as shown on this map drawn by Dr. Filipova from the Zoological Institute in Leningrad. Ticks of the Ixodes ricinus complex are notorious for the wide range of vertebrates on which they feed. The immature stage is attacked primarily small and medium-sized animals such as lizards, insectivores, carnivores, domestic and wild pigs, as well as humans. The adults prefer large animals such as deer, cattle, dogs, and humans. A successful infestation by ticks of the ricinus complex depends on fulfilling at least 3 biological and microclimatic requirements. First, the availability of suitable hosts. Second, the temperature fluctuations between -10 and 35 degrees centigrade with extreme values for short periods only. And third, the most important requirement, a constant relative humidity of at least 80% in the air and of near saturation in the soil. Thus, the ideal biotope of these ticks, therefore, are deciduous forests with damp soil covered with a layer of rich undergrowth. Conditions one finds along the Atlantic seaboard in the northeastern states, in Minnesota and Wisconsin, and in Northern California, as well as in many European and Asian countries. This is from Switzerland, a typical biotope of Ixodes ricinus. It is well recognized that deer play an important role in the biology of the tick vectors under discussion. Their competence to serve as sources for Borrelia burgdorferi have been questioned, although recent studies in California confirm the presence of spiral teeth in the peripheral blood of deer, as reported earlier by Barber and his associates. Studies are in progress to determine whether such spirocutaneous are sufficient in concentration to infect ticks. Here in the United States, Lyme borreliosis continues to be a measurable public health problem, even though the number of reported cases in the CDC decreased from 8,500 in 1989 to about 8,000 in 1990. As in previous years, the majority of cases, 76% to be exact, occurred in the northeastern states. 4.2% were contracted in Wisconsin and about 4.4% in California. Last year, according to preliminary statistics from the CDC, a total of 9,350 cases were reported, which is an increase of 17% over 1990. This increase is particularly significant in view of the far more critical case definitions imposed on the state health laboratories beginning from last year. Of particular interest are the figures from Missouri, Georgia, and Texas, where 205, 161, and 44 cases respectively were recorded in 1990. Because in these states the well-established vectors of Ixodes daminae and Ixodes pacificus are absent, it was speculated that other species of ticks such as the lone star tick Amblyomma americanum, the dog tick Dermacentor variabilis, or Ixodes scapularis, and even other hematophagus insects may serve as vectors. Indeed, borrelia burgdorferi like spirochetes have been identified in Amblyomma americanum, the female seen here, the male here, and in Dermacentor variabilis from Missouri, and a recent paper from Texas announced isolation of this organism from pools of Amblyomma americanum, Amblyomma maculatum, Ixodes scapularis, as well as 69 pools of the Cattleya Denocephalidis ferus. Unfortunately, there is still no comprehensive review of distribution and incidence of Lyme borreliosis in Europe. However, based on data presented at the 4th International Congress in Stockholm and on figures available from Germany, Austria, and Switzerland, it is safe to speculate that every year thousands of cases occur throughout the distributional area of the vector, the sheep tick Ixodes ricinus, which you see here. This is the most common tick in Europe, and as seen on the slide, it has a distribution extending from Ireland, Britain, and southern Scandinavia to Spain, Portugal, Algeria, and Morocco, much of southern Europe, Central Europe, and European Russia to the Caspian Sea and northern Iran. According to Dr. Georg Stanek from the Hygiene Institute of the University of Vienna, at least 19 of the 32 European countries report Lyme borreliosis. Austria, Germany, France, Scandinavian countries, Switzerland, Yugoslavia, and Czechoslovakia form a large natural focus in which up to 35% of ticks are infected with borrelia burgdorferi or closely related spirochetes. Ixodes ricinus had been considered the only vector of borrelia burgdorferi until tick spirochete surveys in Germany revealed spirochetes in the hedgehog tick Ixodes hexagonus, seen here on the right hand of the slide, Ixodes ricinus for comparison on the left side. This tick does not belong to the Ixodes ricinus complex. It parasitizes primarily hedgehogs and red foxes, that is also known to attack cats, dogs, and occasionally humans. Studies are in progress to evaluate the vector competence of the hedgehog tick. As yet, no results have been forthcoming. In the western part of France, borrelia burgdorferi was only recently detected in 10 of 106 Ixodes triogaliceps, and in 1 of 32 Ixodes acuminatus. 2 Ixodes species do not belong to the Ixodes ricinus complex. These ticks are of little or no significance as vectors to humans because all stages infest predominantly small rodents. They are rarely found on larger vertebrates or on birds. Let us here very briefly remember that Ixodes ricinus attacks small as well as large animals. The same French study revealed borrelia burgdorferi also in fleas recovered from trapped animals. The fact that in some of these fleas the spirochetal infections were extremely massive suggested to the authors that development and not only survival of the organism in these fleas did occur. The finding of borrelia burgdorferi in the argastic tick Aedes priscus in Italy, associated with pigeons, deserves our attention. So far, it is the only species of soft-shell ticks shown susceptible to the Lyme borreliosis of spirochetes. In Eastern Europe, the distribution of Ixodes ricinus overlaps with that of other members of the Ixodes ricinus complex. The tiger tick Ixodes persulcatus seen here occurs, as already pointed out, in a broad band across Eastern Europe and through Asia to the islands of Japan. After the description of diffuse idiopathic skin atrophy by the German physician Alfred Buchwald in 1883, several Russian dermatologists reported similar skin manifestations. They referred to them as atrophia cutis maculata or atrophia cutis idiopathica progressiva, manifestations for which Herxheimer and Hartmann in 1902 suggested the name acrodermatitis chronica tropicans. Although these and other animal erythemas were commonly observed among people from tick-infested areas, it was suggested that they represent erythematous forms of tick-borne encephalitis, tick-borne erythema, whose virus is transmitted in Eastern Europe by both Ixodes ricinus and Ixodes persorcatus, and in Asia primarily by Ixodes persorcatus. According to Dekonenko and his associates, tick-borne erythema chronica migrans in Russia was first recognized in 1929. Intensive studies, however, were not initiated until after the causative agent had been discovered. By 1990, Lyme borreliosis was serologically confirmed in patients from Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Moldavia, and from at least 27 administrative republic territories, indicating the wide distribution of Lyme borreliosis in the forest zone from the Baltic to the Far East. Infection rates for adult ticks have been reported to reach 30% for Ixodes ricinus and as high as 60% for Ixodes persorcatus. As expected, dual infections with the tick-borne encephalitis virus and Borrelia burgdorferi spirochetes have been recorded in ticks as well as in humans. Ixodes persorcatus is also the principal vector of Borrelia burgdorferi in China, where the first case of Lyme borreliosis was recognized in 1985 by Professor Ai Cheng Su and his associates. The clinical manifestations and epidemiological characteristics of their patients were presented at the 3rd International Congress in New York in 1987. Since then, investigations have continued and showed that Lyme borreliosis is widespread in the forested regions of northeastern and eastern China. Numerous isolations of spirochetes have been made from ticks as well as human patients and are being subjected to immunochemical and molecular analysis. Only recently I received a letter from Dr. Du Young, who is looking forward to present his findings at the next international conference in Arlington. The earliest available description of a classical case of erythema chronicum migrans in Japan dates back to 1967. And Dr. Shiratori and Shimazaki from the Department of Dermatology at the Sapporo City General Hospital presented a 55-year-old male who had been bitten by a tick identified as Ixodes ricinus, and subsequently developed a continuously growing lesion that eventually covered almost half of his upper trunk. In the discussion of their paper, Shiratori and Shimazaki referred to 8 previously reported ECM cases in Japan, one published in 1957. Unfortunately, copies or translations of these early papers were not available to me. In 1987, Kawabata and co-workers published a case history of a 64-year-old man who had been bitten by a female Ixodes persorcatus. Since then, additional cases have been reported, and tick spirochetes rodent surveys in northern Japan resulted in the isolation of the spirochete of Borrelia burgdorferi or Borrelia burgdorferi, similar spirochetes from 151 persorcatus and from a new species of tick, Ixodes pallidus. You see here another Ixodes tick, but it does not belong to the Ixodes ricinus complex. Also from the spleen of field mice Apodimus species. The tiger tick Ixodes persorcatus occurs abundantly in northern Japan, where it infects a variety of mammals, including rodents, cattle, horses, deer, rabbits, and humans. Since 1986, Lyme borreliosis is known to occur in Australia. Reportedly, 7 patients contracted the disease through unspecified arthropod bites in the bushland of the Hunter Valley north of Sydney, New South Wales. Additional cases occurred in New South Wales since then, and there are several papers discussing serologic evidence of Borrelia burgdorferi infections in patients with arthritis and other clinical manifestations seen in Lyme borreliosis. Although none of the patients remember having been bitten by a tick, The ventricle of Australian tick paralysis tick, Ixodes hexaherus holocyclus, unfortunately I don't have a picture of it, appears to be the most laudable candidate vector. As yet, no strains of spirochetes have been recovered from patients. But recent tick spirochete surveys revealed some interesting and exciting data. Culturing the gut content of adult Ixodes holocyclus and Hemophysosauris species in Bayer's K2 medium resulted in 70 of 167 ticks positive for Borrelia-like spirochetes within 8 weeks after inoculation. The isolation rate was highest for Ixodes holocyclus. All initial isolates were heavily contaminated with gram-negative rods, but the filtration and self-cultivation led to 9 purified isolates. The spirochetes were said to appear morphologically indistinguishable from Borrelia burgdorferi, and preliminary serologic characterization with both monoclonal and polyclonal antibodies against E. burgdorferi showed at least 4 of the 9 isolates sharing epitopes with classical Lyme disease spirochetes. In a study conducted by Dr. Eisman and Dr. Stone, all attempts to infect Ixodes holocyclus with an American isolate of E. burgdorferi failed, possibly because of geographic vector spirochete specificity, a phenomenon that's commonly recorded for relapsing fever Borrelia and their tick vectors. Africa is the richest continent as far as spirochetosis are concerned, and for a long time it has been the only continent on which since the beginning of this century Ixodes ticks of the genus Paropolis and Wipicephalus were known to maintain and distribute Borrelia tyleri, the causative agent of bovine spirochetosis, a disease now found to be worldwide. Little is known of the existence of Lyme borreliosis in Africa. The only isolate of E. burgdorferi obtained so far came from Ixodes ricinus collected in Tunisia. This tick is widespread throughout the North African countries, where too it is introduced by migratory birds from Europe. All the Ixodes ricinus complex ticks, with the exception of Ixodes ricinus along the North African coast, do not occur in Africa. There are at least 6 species belonging to the genera Ixodes, Leoma, Hemophysosauris, and Wipicephalus, that commonly attack humans and could become involved in the ecology of the Lyme borreliosis organism. Tick spirochete surveys are in progress in various parts of Africa. Investigators engaged in such studies must be aware, however, of the potential presence in ticks of spirochetes similar to, yet different from Borrelia burgdorferi. I don't know of any comprehensive study of Lyme borreliosis in South America, even though 2 members of the Ixodes ricinus complex, namely Ixodes affinis and Ixodes pararicinus, are indigenous to that continent. Also, I'm not aware of any studies determining the susceptibility of these ticks to the Lyme borreliosis virus. Our final discussion is devoted to Lyme borreliosis in Canada, where since 1984 approximately 113 cases have been reported. Most of these occurred in the provinces of Ontario, Manitoba, and New Brunswick, which is within the distributional area of Ixodes danica. 11 cases were also registered in the western province of British Columbia, a well-known endemic focus of relapsing fever caused by the Onyxoros kermesii, transmitted Borrelia kermesii. Somehow the light is out. Can you get the light back on the projector? Just as a comparison, here's a soft-shell tick Onyxoros kermesii that transmits tick-borne relapsing fever in Canada, and here is the Ixodes pacificus picture, the tick that is in the West Canada as well as in California. transmitter of Borrelia burgdorferi. Initially, the large numbers of sera with significant titers to Borrelia burgdorferi suggested that British Columbia is an endemic area of Lyme borreliosis. It became soon apparent, however, that the seropositivity in the majority of cases was due to previous exposure to Borrelia hermsii or to bites of this tick here, the soft-tailed tick, Ornithologus hermsii. As a matter of fact, there is as yet no evidence of Lyme borreliosis in British Columbia, and it appears that all the above-cited 11 cases have been contracted outside the province. Although there is as yet no evidence of E. burgdorferi present in the tick vector Ixodes pacificus that is found abundantly throughout the province. Ladies and gentlemen, Lyme borreliosis occurs around the globe, primarily within the distributional areas of the ticks belonging to the Ixodes ricinus complex. There is increasing evidence that within these areas other species of ticks, some of different genera, and possibly also other hematophagus arthropods, may become involved in maintaining and distributing Borrelia burgdorferi among their animal hosts. Some of these ticks and insects are anthropophilic and could be responsible for extending the presently known geographic areas of Lyme borreliosis. Indeed, we may then reach a situation justifying to call this a worldwide illness. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Irving Vanderhoff received his DS degree in physics from Worcester Polytechnical Institute and a PhD from NYU. He's a professor of finance at the CERN School at New York University, and he belongs to the Society of Actuary Research Committee Assurance. He's formerly Senior Vice President of Equitable Life Assurance and is former Executive Vice President Treasurer of Standing Security. He will address the issue of the financial costs to society of Lyme disease.
Thank you very much. Some of you may have noticed that there's a similarity in names between Karen and myself. There's a good reason for that. I'm a father. But there was some feeling that maybe favoritism was involved in my being on the and I can assure you that's nonsense. Couldn't possibly be favoritism. I'm the only father she has. It's hard to start this sort of thing off with a joke, and I have trouble remembering jokes. But at least during the week I can always pick up the Wall Street Journal. And you can always find a little humor there. Today is not a very good day. It's got two good things in it. On the editorial page, they talk about Bill Clinton. Somebody's raising money for him. Bill Clinton is unalterably opposed to any change in the tort law act, medical malpractice, that sort of thing. But Bill Clinton says, don't worry about it, he didn't inhale. And then there's something that Dan Quayle is quoted in here, and that's pretty cute too. The FDA has a plan to speed up the processing of drug applications. And I'll read to you. Mr. Quayle also said that drug company executives have assured him that savings from the streamlined drug approval process will be passed on to consumers. I'm sure that makes a little sense. Does somebody turn off the slide projector, please? Is there any way to turn that off? Well, that concludes the joke portion, and I'm sure we all feel better about it. The project that I'm going to discuss is a joint study being done by the Lyme Disease Foundation and the Society of Actuaries. Actuaries are concerned about the financial effect of chance events, usually bad events, sickness, death, things like that. They have been involved for this reason in the insurance business for a very long time. Because we like to crunch numbers and because we're concerned about the cost of these chance events, the Society of Actuaries chose to participate. The Lyme Disease Foundation, of course, has a prime interest in the any impacts that Lyme disease has. We have, for several years now, been developing a database on Lyme disease cases. We're up now to around 550 cases, and 550 examples in the database, of which 490 are in fact Lyme disease sufferers. This gives you some idea of the characteristics of the sample we're working with. There are now a total number of 557 cases in the database. 490 have been diagnosed with Lyme disease. Of that 490, 54 are now symptom-free. 148 say they have been reported. 214 say they don't know. The difference, obviously, is 131 clearly have not been reported. This would seem to imply, if these figures are correct, and I'm not sure where you'd get a better figure, that about half the cases are reported. You could say very well that this is not a good sample, not a good sample of all the cases of Lyme disease or a good sample of the population in general. For this, we have to refer to something which I think of as metastatistics. If you have a sample which seems biased and not good to answer your question, then you ask another question. The question we can ask in this case, then, are what are the characteristics of difficult Lyme disease cases? The 490, of which only 54 are now symptom-free, would seem to constitute a good sample, certainly in size, of difficult Lyme disease cases. I should also mention in connection with the sample and the questionnaire that is used. The questionnaire is filled out by patients generally. It has been widely distributed, but we don't have control over the people who judge, who decide cancer. About 10% of the distributed questionnaires have been returned. From some points of view, that's a good number. From other points of view, it's less obviously than we would like. The questionnaire contains a series of different pieces of different sections. One section has to do with identifying information, location, that sort of thing. Another section has to do with treatment regime. Another section has to do with the tests, the clinical tests that were used for the method of establishing diagnosis. Another has to do with cost to the family. And finally, a well-known section with about 65 questions on symptoms. It can be argued that the patient may not be the best person to answer some of these categories. I would think that particularly in the area of treatment, the patient is likely to be less knowledgeable than an attending physician. On the other hand, I could argue that there is no other source of impact on family other than the patient. A clinician is not going to have better data than the patient can give. And also the symptoms may or may not be better on this basis than they would be working with a clinician. So the overall status is that probably some sections are as good as the information can be contained in any section, or other sections are maybe weaker. One interesting thing that comes out of this is always a question of the bite, people noticing the bite, people noticing a rash. In this case, we find that in this sample, 41% notice a bite or remember a bite by a tick in the rash. 30% remember a bite with no rash. Only 4% remember having a rash and no bite. That provides a somewhat lower percentage of people who remember a rash than has been shown by some other studies. But it's within the range of other studies, so it's perhaps not surprising. What this was interesting, the diagnosing specialist, and what was the specialty of the physician who actually made the diagnosis. 490 total cases, 142 were family practice, 94 internists, 83 infectious disease, rheumatologists, neurologists, and others. There were a total of 35 duplicates, that is, where more than one specialty was involved in the diagnosis. Interestingly enough, out of that 35, 30 were a duplication where the patient reported the diagnosis was done both by a family practitioner and an infectious disease therapist. I think this is sort of interesting. It's sort of shocking, actually. The ones who report being symptom-free, on the average, a little over 7 months between the time they believed they were infected and the time they were diagnosed. For the ones who were not symptom-free now, almost 2 years. Now, of course, this sample isn't going to include the people who were bitten by a tick, had a rash a week later, went to the family practitioner, were treated immediately, and had no further complications. That's not included in the sample because the people who are likely to fill out this questionnaire are, as I said, the intractable cases, the more difficult cases. But certainly, there is some indication here of the importance of early diagnosis and early treatment. Non-cash losses, I think this was billed as something having to do with cash losses on account of Lyme disease. I just thought non-cash losses, they're interesting also. 194 people report permanent damage to their systems. Well, they don't say exactly what time, but certainly it's cases where they feel they have been diminished for the rest of their lives. Lost jobs, 93 people, that's about 20% of the people involved in the study lost their jobs. I think that's probably not the same as the next group. The numbers just happened to come out. The same 93 people were reported as having lost significant time from school. 11 divorces. I'm not sure that that's different from what the general population is, so it's hard to tell. Mental anguish. As we'll see when we get to some of the symptoms later, it's not surprising these people have mental anguish. They're miserably sick people. Family deaths. These are deaths that they report that were shown on autopsy. They were not shown on as Lyme disease related on the certificate of death. One interesting thing shows up is the diagnostic tests. The graph didn't come out perfectly, but just give you a general idea. The green bars on the left are the number of tests were reported as positive. The number of individuals who reported a positive test. These are all individuals who have been diagnosed by a clinician as having Lyme disease. In the Lyme test, we have 187 individuals who had positive tests, 193 who had negative tests, and 79 who had tests both ways. Well, it says of the group that had the ELISA tests, 193 less 79, or 114, had only negative tests. The IFA, there were 62 who only had negative, tests. There were 17 who had both, they picked the 17 from the 62. There were 45 people who only had negative IFAs. Western blot, there were 115 people who had negative tests. Out of that 115, you take away 30, so I guess you get 85. 85 had only negative tests, and so on for the various other tests involved. Of course, I am not a physician, and I have heard people who can give a scenario where the patient comes in and they originally show a negative test, and then 4 weeks later they show a positive test, and then after treatment they show a negative test again. And of course, if you have such a scenario, then these might be explained. I still find it very troubling, even with a scenario. Unless a lot of people can tell me that the scenario is regularly followed, I find it very troubling that laboratory tests do not seem to be very reliable, at least according to this. They don't seem to produce reproducible results in the same patient. This is, if we took only the cases where the patient believes that the doctor made the diagnosis based on laboratory results, the numbers are different. You'll see that the large numbers, for instance, now we have a predominance of positive tests. We still have where the patient believes that the doctor made the diagnosis based on a clinical test. 27 negatives, 13 both ways, so there were 14 cases where the ELISA was only negative. The same lamentable, from my point of view, lamentable result shows up with quite a few of the other tests. Even where the patient believed the doctor made the diagnosis based upon a laboratory test. In the case of the Western blot, there were 18 negatives, 4 both ways, so there were 4 Western blots that were only negative. Yes, yes. I haven't done that analysis. At the end of the program, I'll talk to you about further analysis that can be done. Because we've got a lot of data, and we can go on almost forever with the test. But right now, I'm not sure how valuable it is, because these things just don't seem to, they don't give a comforting impression. Talk about the cash losses on the average case. There is, I think, no better source than the patient as to the cash losses. There are 4 categories of cash losses. Loss of income during a search for a diagnosis, medical bills during a search for a diagnosis, loss of income during the treatment period, and medical bills during the treatment period. Then we have grand total. Grand total seems to be around $90,000 per case. These are difficult cases. On the other hand, $90,000 per case, even on difficult cases, that happens to be the same order of magnitude that has been estimated for the cost of AIDS case. So when you're talking about something that's $100,000 per pop, it's a pretty loud pop. It's a pretty serious pop. On the social cost of Lyme disease, then there's the question of how many cases there actually are. Reported to the CDC so far is a number of about 40,000 cases. Presumably, these severe cases that are in this database are only a portion of that 40,000. I'm very troubled by the use of the CDC figure for this kind of purpose, just to build up some anecdotal evidence. My wife Ruth called up local health department. We live in Monson, New Jersey. I think that's classified as affluent. We moved there 4 years ago. 700 people, 800 cows. You know, now the cows are all gone and people are building $1 million homes. You can see the way the neighborhood's going downhill. But she called up the local health officer, local health department, and said, well, how many cases of Lyme disease have we recorded? Well, counted about 20,000 people. The local health officer said, well, we reported 4 to the CDC, 2 have been rejected. We know of 17 diagnosed cases in town. That's what we know of through conversation. We know that at least 6 of those could be considered as being serious cases comparable to those in this database. I do not have, other than anecdotal evidence, for the serious underreported. Yes, sir.
This is happening all over the United States, so there's a criteria to see some kind of information about what's really happening now.
I think it's a very serious problem, and we'll get in a moment into a little bit of arithmetic. But let me say it is a criteria of the CDC, and they can argue for that criteria on the grounds that they want something definite to track the extent of the disease and how the incidence changes from year to year. However, for purposes of evaluating the importance, both from a medical point of view and the point of view of gross income, it may be very bad. The CDC is not only the only people involved. We went, there was a local doctor giving a speech at a local hospital, and a couple of years ago, the head of the Lawrence County Medical Association said, well, after all, Lyme disease is reportable. And of course, Lyme disease is reportable. Last year, Dr. Gallagher, one of the groups, is an expert on Lyme disease, and the doctor said, well, no, I don't report Lyme disease cases. There's too much paperwork involved, and I can't be bothered. So it's not only the CDC, but there is a very serious problem of underreporting. What does this mean? If we take that I've got about 500 cases and about $100,000 per case, then you're talking about a total financial cost of about $50 million. On anecdotal evidence, I think that the number could be, say, maybe 20,000. That's half the number of reported cases. If you move from 500 cases to 20,000 cases, then again, you're moving up to a total cost of about $2 billion. That's, again, same order of magnitude as AIDS. So a much lower number, but it's the same order of magnitude. The understatement or the failure to understand and appreciate the financial effect on individuals, on the insurance carriers, on society in general, would seem to be vastly understated. And that's a very serious matter. Finally, I'll add together 2 little things. We talked about costs, and then I talked about the time between the original infection and the time of treatment. Average case by monthly diagnosis. If the diagnosis was less than 6 months, the average case in this database, which is likely to be bad cases, the average cost around $35,000. If the diagnosis took more than 12 months to be achieved, and treatment in all cases seems to be taking place about 2 weeks after diagnosis. That's reported. In that case, over 12 months, the cost goes up to $125,000. The importance of early treatment and diagnosis, not only not only from an aesthetic point of view, that is the patient's comfort, but also from the point of view of a straight dash, early diagnosis and treatment, would seem to be justified on the basis of information in this database. As well as slide, I'm going to have to take a little bit on it. Some doctors have raised confusion to the point of an art. Lawyers raise it to a profession. I raise it to a calling from God. I told my wife that I'm very good at handling crisis in the last minute. She said that's because I have so many of them. I ran off this just before we came up here. Thought it would be interesting, and it will take about a minute or two. On symptoms, we ask people to classify symptoms, frequency and severity. Frequency each on a scale of 1 to 4. 0 to 4, pardon. I multiply the two together. A severity, a product of 9, of over 9, would then be they either had the symptoms all the time and they were bad, or they had them most of the time and they were terrible. The column you can see on the right there is percent of cases that record over 9. That is, all the time and really bad, or most of the time terrible. I thought this might be of interest to some of the medical personnel. Profound exhaustion, 73% over 9. Neck and back, head and neck, joint pain, joint hip and knee, change sleep habits, cognitive changes, over half have cognitive changes. It is interesting because a majority of these patients seem to be reporting two kinds of symptoms to an excruciating degree. One is some imbalance or failure of function of the nervous system in cases of profound exhaustion, behavioral changes, cognitive changes, and others, the rheumatoid symptoms implied by the joint and muscle pain. So these two things together seem to be indicative of these late-stage Lyme disease patients. In this talk, try to cover 2 or 3 things: the nature of the study, some results on the financial and non-financial cost of this disease, the extent to which the understatement may be a very serious problem, and finally something about the symptoms. I said I was going to talk about what's going to be done next. There are additional statistical work that can be done in this database. And cluster analysis to try to find the clusters of symptoms together might be helpful in medical practice. I think look at the database more and also be of help to further establish its validity. 2 things which I hope you will think about. One is any suggestions you have or analysis of this kind of data would be helpful to me. I'd be happy to hear from you. There are copies of questionnaires available outside to the extent to which you can get more people to fill out questionnaires, and I can increase the size of the database. That will again improve the validity. And finally, anything that you can think of, the suggestions of improving the recording of this disease is very meaningful. I think I've run out of time, and I don't know about questions. We'll try to take questions. Can't take any more questions.
Thank you, Irving. I wish I could check my voice like that from the audience. We're going to take a break now. Before we take a break, I wanted to acknowledge both the banners on either side of the podium here. These are made up by our elementary schools here in Stamford, the Star School and Rogers School students, 5th grade students, made those part of our education effort. We'll adjourn until 10:15. Get ready to start. this disease is worldwide. The impact is great in terms of human suffering and morbidity, and it's highly underestimated. You will be learning much more about the issues, the clinical issues of diagnosis and treatment. You'll learn a lot more about what is known, but of course you'll learn about what is not known. And a situation like this, like with our other new epidemic problems that we have now, Lyme disease being one, of course we've heard AIDS being another, where you don't have the answer, where you don't have the magic bullet, you don't have the vaccines, and often you don't have the adequate treatments. Your only real method of dealing with the situation is through education and learning as much as you can about the condition. And we are here for that reason, so I know I'm preaching to the saved when I say this. We're also here to take advantage of what ways we can learn to teach better. And with us, again, is Karen Fortune, who's going to give us the newest thinking in education and advocacy for Lyme disease. Karen Fortune.
I'd also like to take the opportunity once again to say welcome to everyone, but also to let you know that as you intermingle, you'll meet people here from as far away as close, actually, as Canada, and far away as Denmark, France, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Belgium, and Australia, all having come in to take an educational course on Lyme disease. These are all physicians and public health care officials. In 1991, they have just announced that Lyme disease is being reported now from 49 states. The only state that does not recognize cases this year is the state where Rocky Mountain Lab is, Montana. And if I could find out what keeps those infected pigs from crossing the border, I'd like to sell it and make $1 million. As you know, the most important thing right now on Lyme disease, in our viewpoint, is the push on education, such as these medical forums, scientific symposiums, which truly provide the place where the most discussion takes place, the most breadth and depth about the different aspects of this disease. But indeed, I think it's important that you know that we can stop this disease dead in its tracks today. And it's not going to cost us much. We can stop this disease if we can boil it down to a message of prevention. That everybody needs to remember to protect themselves and check themselves when they come back inside. As you may know, we have always not wanted to see one more case. We don't want to see one more case, and that means we have to get educational programs out on various levels. This means to physicians, healthcare professionals, as well as businesses, lay groups, adults, teens, and children. We were lucky to receive a grant this past year from the Centers for Disease Control to develop several types of programs. 2 of these programs are already completed, and I plan to show you one of them. The programs that we're putting together are videotapes. The first one is on prevention of Lyme disease. It will be a half-hour special. And as I made note, all of these videotapes are being put out there to the universe, and you may copy them and recopy them and distribute them without a licensing fee to as many people as you want. This is free videoware. We also have plans to put this on television. We also have plans to put this on nationwide television and having promotions, have everybody gear up their VCRs so that you will have one program, half hour, on prevention techniques for your area, your landscape, to prevent Lyme disease. The types of changes in your ecosystem, in the lawn, in the back area, and the repellents, and various issues that are out there. The second one is on frequently asked questions. A general program that will cover the latest in-depth information. Both of these are geared towards the public. That will also be on television. The frequently asked questions, the host is Dick Cavett, and that's being filmed, as well as the prevention one is being filmed around here to a number of the scientists who've come in across the world. We also have a diagnosis and treatment video that we have just finished. That one, indeed, we are selling, and you cannot copy and send it all over, because each year that information will change. So we're trying to avoid having too many old copies circulating out there. And these are not, you treat on a certain number of days for certain lengths of time, and this will cure your patient. These are the general areas that we need to discuss in treatment. This is what we need to see with the patient. So these are well-documented microbiology information as well as clinical aspects. It was Dr. Liebner, Dr. Bersano, Dr. Craig Cleveland from Ohio, probably should mention where everyone is from, and Dr. Derek Bill from New Jersey, who moderated this. You can see this outside playing if you'd like to take a look at it. We will be making public service announcements that we will be sending out both for television, for radio, and for print ads on prevention and tick removal that will be playing throughout the summer. And I will show you one of the PSAs at the end of the children's video. Now, let me go on to the children's video. The first one, the one that you're going to see, is for kindergarten through second grade. It has been geared very specifically to help you, the healthcare provider, get the message across to the little ones who come into your office. It was developed in conjunction with the School of Puppetry at the University of Connecticut, which is the only school of puppetry in the English-speaking world. They have specifically been trained in the craft of puppetry and in developing puppets and constructing them from Sesame Street. The music is written by an Emmy Award-winning music writer. The graphics were done at one of the second largest or first largest graphic houses in Connecticut. These will be with subtitles, open captions for the hearing impaired. The English will be in English with English subtitles, which helps fight adult illiteracy as well as increase reading skills for children. And the Spanish will also have the Spanish version in open captioning. The artwork was done by a professional business and children's book illustrator. And as I said, you are free to copy this. Why are we showing a puppet video for kindergarten kids in the medical community? Because that's what we need. We need something that we can put out there to help teach people how to prevent the disease, to cut down on the number of cases before they even get infected. So, without much further ado, I hope you enjoy it. Please keep in mind that you reduce the information down to a usable format for children. I think you'll find it equally entertaining for adults. It's very difficult to explain all the entomological aspects of this particular bacteria or this particular tick. So you'll notice that we've simplified this tick down to a bug and other kinds of terminology. So I would like to present one of the things in the arsenal to fight against Lyme disease. Oh, and the host is Louise from Sesame Street. And the light. Hold on. We're missing.
Hi. Welcome to our presentation about Lyme disease.
Yes.
My name is Emilio Delgado, and I play Louise on Sesame Street. I'm pleased.
Just a second, everyone. Obviously, there's a problem. Do you know who turned it off before?
Yes, what was that today?
You turned it off over here?
No, it's Dr. Bud.
No, he turned off the one in the back, the carousel, slide projector. Somebody had to turn off the the video machine. Right, right. Whoever turns it off would know how to turn it on.
Power's on. There you go, just the nearby.
Oh, okay. It needs to warm up. There's no light. Pardon? There's no light on. We'll take 1 minute break while we find out how to turn on this technology.
Does that projector work back there? Okay, all right. Very interesting to see how many people who did have the infection are here, and how many people. I think probably it's very unusual to have a scientific conference like that with so many people affected. What I'd like to do is to give you a public health point of view. This would take a poll. How many people here work with health departments, either state, local, or federal health departments? Okay, we have a good sample of people. We are a local health department here in Stamford. What I'll do is I'll give you an idea of how we got into this business, what we want to get out of it, and kind of why we're here. We had not, as a health department, I've been the health director here for about 4.5 years. We did not have an identified Lyme disease program, and we have not gotten any specific money identified through federal, state, or local money for Lyme disease in particular. What we did was redirect our environmental staff, environmental health staff, community nursing, housing, and that group to the issue of Lyme disease and prioritize it. We soon found that we were dealing with issues of great concern to our community. We have the first slide. We get the slideshow going here. The lights on? Do I have to press the button here? The slide projector is not on. You have to cut the projector on. We are marvelous technology. Okay, this is Stamford, Connecticut. You're in Stamford, Connecticut, in case you lost track of also talk in terms of, when I mentioned Lyme disease, and I was talking to a reporter yesterday, he said, well, you don't have Lyme disease in Stamford because you are a metropolitan community. When people think of Stamford, they either drive by here or they are looking at the train and they see the skyscrapers, and they see basically more or less a metropolitan area. The Stamford, on the other hand, is a pretty diverse community with a lot of open areas, parks, and recreational areas. Okay, we have a beach. We have a beach, and it's not like many of you from California, Florida, what have you. We do have our beach, and we're quite proud of our beaches. And Long Island Sound plays an important part of our recreation. We tend to be a very kind of open area in terms of recreation. A lot of baseball, amateur baseball. This is Jackie Robinson's hometown. And we have, because our share of children now, we have a very multiracial population here in Stamford. It's about 109,000 people, with about 20,000 to 25,000 people who come into the city to work during the day. In the northern part of Stamford is a heavily wooded area and areas in which you will see our tick habitat. And despite what you might believe, the picture's not as good as Willie's picture, but we do have deer that was taken here in Stamford. We've had deer even reported downtown one time or another, but there's a lot of deer around Stamford. Of course, we find now with the rabies, we have a lot of raccoons as well. But the deer population is doing quite well here in Stamford. And when you'll learn as you go along in terms of the habitat of the tick, this is a beautiful habitat for ticks right there with deer likely roaming around a house like that with the shrubbery and stone walls, the mice and all that stuff that makes it prone for like. Okay, here we go. So we started our program. We started out very slowly, but we did have a program. And our aim to our program was basically education and disease prevention, tick identification and testing, information gathering, field testing and research, and referrals to services. That sounds very ambitious for a program that has basically no identified funding, but I think you'll be able to see that we're able to participate in all of those areas and quite well. One of the key areas of education is dealing with the media. Dealing with the mass media. There's a lot of media attention, particularly local media, written and video material. The radio and TV stations are very much interested in Lyme disease. And it's also an area where you can be quite visual in terms of giving the cameras something to view. We actually made a little national fame. This is Nightline. They were doing a special on Lyme disease, and they came out to visit us. And those are to the right, two to the right are our sanitarians. And we were going out tick collecting at that point. We're covered by Ted Thomas. The other important group that you have to deal with, although as unpleasant as it might be, and George Jefferson not standing tall in the middle, is you have to deal with politicians. He's our state senator and very helpful in advocating for us in allocation of resources. And we always direct much of our information towards elected officials. When you come tonight, you'll see tonight we have the public forum. We've written to every elected official within in our local area in Connecticut, and this is a very heavy political topic and something that many of you should take advantage of. because once you start talking to someone, either they know someone who has Lyme disease, they themselves have Lyme disease, or they have a pet that has Lyme disease. So it's a very important area for people, especially areas where people have a great deal of, who want to have a great deal of outdoor activities, gardening, hunting, fishing, and the like. So politicians are very interested in this. We do a lot of mass education. We use the libraries for posters and exhibits in the libraries. Libraries are always eager to have exhibits in their foyers. On our beaches, we have a part of our health prevention program, which we call it Fry Now and Pay Later. This was an anti-cancer effort. We had on the beach site, we had a stand there, and there we not only gave out information about cancer prevention in regards to the sun, but we took the advantage of educating people about Lyme disease because you had a population who were kind of prone to the outdoor activities. In the school systems, we send out letters, annual letters to the parents about this time of year, giving them the tips on how to take precautions against this disease. We assist students with their science classes, with their projects. We provide information and posters through the nurses, the school nurses, which are also part of the health department. The school nurses are a very important way of dealing with the health issues of Lyme disease in the schools. They're not only important in terms of education, but they're called from time to time to do actual tick checks, and they're the point person. So we spend a lot of time educating our school nurses about Lyme disease, tick identification. Very important person to become friendly with. If you're not in your department, you should seek out your school nurse wherever you are and educate that person, usually it's a she, educate her in regards to Lyme disease. Very good entree into the school system. The local physicians, we have a mailing local to our local physicians in regards to any advances in Lyme disease or conferences or information about Lyme disease. We also have exhibits in the government center, and of course, we took part in making this conference come about. Again, our lectures, both public and private schools, community organizations, senior groups, environmental groups. We do a lot of lectures and presentations to employees and corporations and work sites. That's Phyllis Irwinson, and I would just want to say that in terms of our missed Lyme disease of Stamford, now Karen Fortune is missed Lyme disease for the country, but our missed Lyme disease is Phyllis Irwinson here in Stamford. She's giving a lecture there. We find a group that's very much interested. The workers, outdoor workers, can be a little bit rough and tumble sometimes, but they're very much interested in Lyme disease. And here's the presentation she was giving to the water company with the employees around the reservoir who had contact with Lyme disease, some of whom actually, at that point in time, I think we identified somebody who had Lyme disease right there. Very much interested in that. Employees, the risk managers are very much interested in Lyme disease, as well as the supervisors in terms of liability. This is part of a school presentation. We give presentations to the children in the school, and then we give them give them education to their own, at their best level. We have a number of health fairs, and most communities have health fairs. We have health fair. We have 3 health fairs. One related directly to seniors. We have a community health fair with more women and children, and we have an employee health fair. All those health fairs have Lyme disease. We put that as a big part of our project. Corporate health fairs and hospital health fairs are very popular. Most hospitals are into health fairs. Many corporations, larger corporations, have health fairs. If you have an opportunity to get into the health fair and put Lyme disease as a booth, you'll find it very welcome, especially in areas where there's outdoor work going on, where there's corporations or work sites where there's outdoor compelling project. And I think if you institute this project any place, that you'll get right into the middle of Lyme disease prevention. And that's tick collection. We've collected, since this time, we've collected over 850 ticks for identification and testing. And it's with the help of Dr. Anderson at the Connecticut Agricultural Station that they've been able to do the tick testing for us. We're up to 20%, that says 18, we're up to 20% of our ticks are already infected with the borreliosis bacteria. And we find that this is a great way of educating people about Lyme disease, because usually they come there, they're very much ready to learn. They might be a little bit hysterical sometimes, but there you have an opportunity to sit down and discuss with them about Lyme disease, and particularly the tick. Physicians are not that good at giving this kind of information. Often they don't have the time to give, particularly mothers, a lot of worried parents who have fine ticks on their children, the time to give them the instructions and the education about tick identification and habitat and all that stuff. Again, through this program, we're able to identify some interesting information or research or what have you, and through the surveying the people or looking at data, we found some of these things. I'll just run through a few of these things. This is the bite distribution of tick bites by the stages and sex of the tick. And you can see most of our, about 90%, over 90% of our bites are female adults and the nymphs. So it's those two together. Where the person is bitten, the location. In our area, most of the bites, as you see, most of the bites are outdoors around the house. And then some, about a third or so, are away from the home. So we're able at that point, because of the nature of where the bites are, you can see where you can make some interventions there in terms of dealing with tick control around the environment, as well as tick identification when people are possibly exposed. So it's a very good intervention there. Where the site of the bite on the body, you can see, as opposed to just the legs or where you hear the arms and all that, the tick bites, we found the distribution pretty much throughout the entire body. Again, another interesting area, we still can't quite figure this out, and you probably can conjecture. Most of the bites that we get, the ticks that we come in are bites from children, not most of them, but about half of them are from children under 9 to 10 years of age. And most of those are females tend to lead that group. Now, we can conjecture why that is, but there seems to be more of the female children identified ticks, maybe because girls might, well, I'm going to get myself in trouble with that. Stay away from that. But just taking those to figure that out yourself. We also found that that tick bites are practically year-round. People think in terms of this is the season. And if you look at our distribution, those are the nymphs, ones the dotted line, and the straight line are the adult tick bites. And you'll see that if you add the nymphs and the adults together, they're pretty much equal. And it's only one time a year, and that's dead in the middle of the winter time, at least in our area, where we will get virtually no bites. The rest of the time, we'll be getting ticks coming in and complaints of tick bites. Right now, we're getting complaints. They're starting to roll in. We did several hundred last year, over 350 or so last year, and we expect the same amount this year, if not more. With that, we often have people who come in with ticks or with bites, with concerns, a lot of calls on the telephone, hundreds of calls a year on the telephone we have to deal. We have the opportunity to refer people to clinics, specialists, veterinarians, support groups. It's a very good way of, and we also prepare to send, we prepare referral lists where we can send people to. We've been able to do some field testing and participate in research. Again, this is something most health departments don't really participate in. We've surveyed the white-footed mice in our area, and we've done some mouse catching, and we also released the parasitic wasps that were used to parasitize the ticks that would, as a tick control measure. There we are, that's me with my little finger pointing at that mouse. And you can't see the mouse too well. That was done for Newsweek magazine. Newsweek did it a couple years ago. They did Lyme disease, and we were all posing quite nicely there. But the only one who made Newsweek was the mouse. We also followed up our question. We released the wasps. These are the wasps that don't have stingers, for those of you who are concerned about that. These little wasps that we released to see if they would parasitize our ticks. We released them last year, and we're still trying to collect ticks to see if that works. Oh, there you go. I think I lost it again. Okay, there you go. That's still a collected tick, and that's where we released it. That's Stamford, believe it or not. Okay, we also do a lot of information gathering generally with call-ins and walk-ins with people, and we try to gather information not only for research but for our program development. We have a lot of people that help us, a lot of organizations help us. The Lyme Disease Foundation is, to say the least, very helpful. The Connecticut Agricultural Stations help, very helpful. The State Health Department, the Arthritis Foundation, Yale University, Pfizer Central Research. These places have been particularly helpful in our work. Generally, our principles are this, and I'll leave you with this. We try to listen to the public. The public really drives the program. We utilize resources that are out there, and you'll find the resources out there if you start looking. We turn loose the committed and competent, and I use both of them very important. You have to have competency and they have to be committed. And we have a very fine, I have to be blessed with a very fine health department staff that's very committed. There are some willing and unwilling and reluctant. We have to try sometimes. We do educate the ignorant, not present company excluded. And we take advantage of the freedom. We feel that any department could do what we're doing. Could the lights? Any department can do what we've done here in Stamford. I think it's a matter of prioritizing and recognizing that this is a very important disease. I think one way of, if you're in an endemic area and you want your health director to really get involved with this, just have the health directors receive the calls from the public in their area. They'll find in a very short period of time, just the calls, the public will be calling in about Lyme disease. They'll find that their area is indeed affected. That's about it for what we have for our department. What we'll do is afterwards we'll field some questions. I'm wondering if we're technically up in terms of our.
We are. Yes.
Oh, we are. Okay. Okay. Well, that's what we have for, and now we'll give back to Karen to give us.
Okay, we'll try this one again. Vinny?
I'm going to give that. I've got mine up.
My name is Emilio, and I play Greece on Sesame Street. I'm pleased to bring this program to you from the good people of the Lyme Foundation. They are devoted to the prevention of Lyme disease through education. Now, for you adults watching, feel free to take this and pass it on to teachers, parents, neighbors, anyone you can think of to help us spread the word about Lyme disease. Now, I've got a friend here who is helping me do just that. Doctor
hello, Emilio, how are you? Good to see you. Yes. Hello, President L. Welcome. Hello, my name is Dr. Chitron, and I'm here to tell you about something called Lyme disease, and about the little bug that can make you big time sick, the tick. Let's start with a little history. What do you say, Emilio?
Oh, sounds fine to me, Roger. But first, I wanted to say that Lyme disease is not new. It's been around a long time, more than 100 years. Some people think it's just in the state of Connecticut, but it's not.
That's right. Just look at this map back here. It shows that Lyme disease cases are all over the United States, and even in far away places that you can't see on this map. In some places it's worse than others. We all know there are things that make you feel terrible, like the chicken pox or a bad cold. But look at this. Did you know the bite of a tiny tick like this can make you really sick? You know, these critters make me mad. They get me ticked off. Get it? Ticked off? Ticked off after ticked off? They hang out in the woods and in some other places where you kids like to play and just wait for a chance to grab onto it. Some of these ticks carry germs. Yeah, oof. When they bite you, they can give you those germs, and those germs can make you feel lousy. That's why I'm telling kids everywhere to protect and check. There's nothing that ticks like better than to see you playing in your backyard or even in the woods in shorts and a t-shirt. Ticks can hook right into your skin and stay there for a few days, just sucking up a little bit of your blood. And that's when they can give you the germs. Now, I didn't want to do this to you, but I brought one in just so you could see one. This one's an adult, and her name is Stephanie Patty. She can tell you how she spreads the Lyme disease.
Not very pretty.
Oh, I think she's pretty.
You too?
Pretty ugly. Oh, I love that.
Hey, it's almost lunchtime. Boy, am I hungry. I can't remember the last time I had decent food. Sure is tough when you never know where the next meal is coming from. I think I'll head over here, see if I can find something to eat.
She can't get out of this little jar. Well, while she thinks she's searching for her next meal, we'll show you some ways to protect yourself from her bite.
First, it's always better to wear white or light-colored clothes if you're in or near the woods, around the beach, or around tall grass. That way you'll be able to see the tick's dark body a lot better. Remember, always tuck your pants in your socks so a tick can't crawl off your leg. Sometimes when it's really hot, you might wear shorts instead of long pants. That's okay, as long as your mom or your dad sprays you with some repellent to keep the ticks away. And remember, when you go back inside, wash that spray off and check your skin for ticks. Remember to protect and check.
That's right. Wash that spray off and remember to protect and check. Hey, Doc, I gotta go now, but I'll be back later to see how you're doing.
Okay, see you later, video. Not to bite anywhere for you today, you pesky bug. You can't go anywhere. And even if you could, these kids are just covering. And the ones that aren't are wearing that spray that's made to keep you away. These kids are really smart. Maybe it's because of me. Dr. TikTok, the guy who goes around talking to kids about Lyme disease and how ticks like you can spread it.
Yeah, I'm sorry because of that guy.
Well, it looks like those kids did a really super job of protecting themselves. Sad to say, though, some ticks are really tricky buggers, and they still find their way onto your body. That's why the tick control is so important. Right, Miss Secretary?
That's right. When you come in from outside, it's always a good idea to check over your whole body to make sure a tick hasn't grabbed onto you. You should rub your hands over your
He will be up in just a second. Okay, now, arms and legs are not the only place to check. Ticks like warm dog carriers on your body. So check under your arm, along the edge of your hair, and on your private parts, those parts your underwear is covering. At night, Mom or Dad should always do another tick check just in case you miss something. If you're at school and you find a tick, go straight to your school nurse or to another adult right away. You should never try to remove a tick yourself. For the adult, you'll need a pair of 5-point tweezers, a small vial, and some antiseptic. Get as close to the skin surface as possible. Grasp the tick and pull straight out. Clean the area where the dumpster has been bitten with antiseptic. Now that the tick is out, place it in a bag with a few blades of grass to keep it alive. You should probably get the tick tested for Lyme disease. Your doctor will help you with this. That's what we're going to do with pesky Patty. But while I was patting the tick, tick-tock, tick-tock, your time is up, talking tick. Darn, I thought I finally had a bite. It looks like my days of being a pet are
Well, that's fun to sit down and so many more fellows. Now, very good. Okay. Hey, you know, that reminds me. Remember, ticks don't just bug people. They bug pets too. Right, Robert? Sit down, you know, it might be a good idea to have Mom and Dad check over the family dog. Okay, let me check it. Come on. Okay. Uh-oh. I feel something. I feel a song coming on. Okay. We're looking over our thoughts and over our horses that my heart is scared. The lightning and the trees, the islands and birds, they might make it and the best I can show. Where is the seven from up east, every day and night? We're looking over our walls and over for ticks that are outside. Oh, just down, there we go, let me check over here. We're looking over our walls and over for ticks that are outside. What a good song. No, you're a good boy. You're okay. You're all checked out. Good. Bye, Robert. He's a good dog. Now that you've heard a little bit about Lyme disease, does anybody else have any questions?
Dr. Tia, can you get Lyme disease from the birds or dogs?
No. You cannot get Lyme disease from another person or from your pet. The only way to get it is from a bite of a tick that has the germ.
Doctor, what does it feel like when you get Lyme disease?
Good question. Well, you feel like you have the flu, achy and tired and yucky all over. Some people get pain in the joints, those places on your body that bend, like your elbow or your knees. You might feel a stick to your stomach, and some people even get a yucky rash. Ooh, I hate that. That's why it is always important to tell our grown-up when you're not feeling better.
Doctor, you said ticks live in the woods. But where do they have? Do they live in the trees and jump out at you?
No. Ticks do not jump. Just get that right out of your head. Ticks crawl. They live on the ground, mostly in places where the grass is high. They just wait for a person or an animal to walk by, then they hook onto them.
If you get Lyme disease, is there medicine to make you feel better?
Well, there
medicines you can take, but they work best if you take them when you first get sick. If you wait, they might not work as well. So if you don't feel well, tell someone right away so they can take care of you.
Check. Oh! Sorry, Doc. Just checking myself.
Good. No problem, Major. No problem. And in fact, you're just the guy I want these kids to meet. This here kid is Major Dick Check, a friend of mine from the Dick Control. I love that. That's so creepy. I love that. He helps kids everywhere to remember the right way to protect themselves from Lyme disease.
That's right. You gotta keep checking for those ticks. That's the way you do it.
That's all right.
Hey, you mind if I read this little poem I wrote?
Oh, no, I love all this. Please, by all means.
Good.
Go right ahead. You'll love it.
This is a story about a girl named Sue. She liked the outdoors, but didn't know what to do. You see, she heard about ticks and bees playing outside. She knew they were out there, and they knew how to hide. Her brother came in and asked what was up. He was going outside to play with their love. No, she cried. There might be a tick. I like you very much, and oh, I don't want you to get sick. So they went to their mom, the trouble they had. Mom smiled at them and said, just look at you, Dad. Dad was working outside, taking care of the lawn. That's no fun, Sue said. That makes me yawn. Oh. It's not what he's doing. It's the way that he's dressed. He's protected from ticks and that's really the best. His socks are pulled up, his pants are inside, so the tick can't get on it. There's no place to hide. When he's out in the yard, that's great. It's the best thing to use to keep ticks away. Well, Sue felt pretty silly about getting upset, so she changed her clothes and went out to play with her pets. Sue's happy now because she learned from her dad, if you do the right thing, ticks really aren't that bad.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
That was wonderful. Yeah. I love you write that.
No.
I would love it all. You know, it's important for kids to know the facts about Lyme disease.
Yes.
So talk to your parents about Lyme disease. You could even make some pictures of people protecting themselves, like some of these kids did.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, all right, now let's close that so important. Oh my God, look at that. That's a lovely picture. Oh, great stuff. I see the beautiful picture. Oh, wow! That is great stuff! Beautiful! Great artistic. It's very artistic. It's artistic. It's very artistic. Get it? Artistic. That's a little tick joke there. But you know, there's nothing funny about ticks and Lyme disease. You know, that's why we're going to have a little quiz. See how much you've learned of this stuff. Okay? Ready? I'll give you the clue, and you come up with the right word to fill in the blank. Okay? Ready?
Good plan.
Okay. Question number 1. If you're playing outdoors near the woods, it's always best to wear what color clothing? The first letter is W, and it rhymes with bite, which is what ticks do. Right? The answer is white. W-H-I-T-E. Okay, question number 2. The little bug that can spread Lyme disease is called this. Give a clue. It rhymes with sick. The first letter is a T.
The answer is tick.
Good. T-I-C-K. You're so smart, Peter. Good. Okay, question number 3. Now, if you're playing near the woods, you should always tuck your pants into there. The first letter is S.
The
Sock, S-O-C-K-S. I hope you guys got that, I bet you did. And the last question, number 4. Go to an adult right away to have them get that tick off. Get it? Tick off, not that tick off. They never laugh at that joke.
For funding this video, so we can help you and your family stay healthy. Goodbye.
And we will actually take 1 more minute of your indulgence and patience to see that the children, we have a rap song at PSA that we're planning to get on some of the network television stations at PSA. I don't think you'll have ever seen anything quite like this, and you may never indeed see one again.
It's right where it should be.
Okay.
Push play.
Play.
Think my kid is time to find some attention to keep this in mind.
No attention.
What you say?
No attention.
Oh,
Just a second.
Okay, stop. Right.
if you hear the word singing around the tree, you might forget about Lyme disease. That tick might get you. It's time to find some attention to keep this in mind.
No attention.
What you say?
No attention.
Oh, you cover yourself from head to toe. You stop that tick. You got nowhere to go when you spray yourself. That's your best bet. You go inside and don't forget.
No attention.
What?
No attention. No
Now that's awesome. The question that you might get sick of one good catch to the next. It might be human, it might be false. That big cat up here gonna tell you all.
No attention. Where's your mother?
And your father.
If you're interested in when this is going to be played on nationwide television and you're interested in getting copies, it's never been done before like this. It's something that's played and everybody can copy. This will be the first time that we know of in public health education history that something has been created and offered for free to everyone. So keep in touch with us and you can have this at your home too. Thank you.
Very good. I think we should have just had that for the whole conference. Very good. Every time I hear rap, I remember the lecture I gave my sons about 5 or 6 years ago of how rap was not going to last. I know this is a tough act to follow, but we're going to ask someone I think who can fill the bill here, Joseph Toscano, to try to step into behind that one. Dr. Toscano was graduated from NYU Medical School and is boarded in internal medicine. He is on the clinical advisory committee for the Lyme Disease Foundation, and he is also on the Lyme Disease committee for the Southampton Hospital. He practices out of Long Island. He is one of the preeminent treaters and physicians for persons with Lyme disease, and he's treated in excess of 1,200 people with Lyme disease, and he's going to give us the front lines of diagnosis and treatment of Lyme disease.
Thank you all very much for having me here, and for yourselves to come too. This is a great turnout. And like you say, God, how do I follow that? Well, what I do want to talk about today is results of a study that we did with the National Institute of Health Rocky Mountain Lab in Montana. It involves a new technology for testing spirochetes, what they do in tissues and in culture medium, and how that may affect patients, and also the implications of this new process in terms of diagnosis and treatment. And now comes the technology. Where's the slide? Doesn't work. All right. Okay. We start by saying that last year, scientists at the Rocky Mountain Lab in Montana, led by David Dorward, developed a new method of detecting antigens of Borrelia burgdorferi. They published a paper on it. Actually, they published several papers on it. The study showed that the Borrelia spirochetes secrete large quantities of bioproducts into their surroundings, be that media in culture or actually to hosts who are infected with Lyme disease. They found these bioproducts consist of webs that are membrane-bound, many of which contain DNA of the spirochete. It also consists of freely secreted glycoproteins, which not only get into the host tissues, but also may surround the spirochete with a so-called S layer or surface layer. This is a gel-like surface layer that completely surrounds and encapsulates the spirochete. These glycoproteins have a predominant molecular weight of 83 kilodaltons, and surprisingly enough, seem to be made up of a combination of the 31 and 34 kilodalton surface antigens, plus another ligand. It turns out that this combination is extremely mitogenic or stimulatory to the host's immune system, and may account for some of the clinical findings we see in Lyme disease. The authors demonstrated that these bioproducts are very widely distributed throughout the host tissues. For example, they were found in all the species they tested, including the mice, dogs, humans, as well as in the ticks. And they found it in blood, urine, spinal fluid, various organs, and basically almost every single surface product that they tested. Now, their detection method was 100% specific for Borrelia burgdorferi. They found that this did not cross-react with 5 other species of Borrelia that are other than burgdorferi. It also did not cross-react with leptospira or other microorganisms. On the other hand, they did test this against 7 different strains of Borrelia burgdorferi, both from North America and from Europe, and detected every single one of those. They're able to detect antigens in very tiny amounts. In fact, they did the little mouse urine a 10 to 6-fold and still pick up these antigens. As this test also uses electron microscopy, they're able to identify whole intact spirochetes in many of their specimens. In their studies, by the way, all their negative controls were 100% non-reactive. One of the conclusions to be drawn from their work is that this highly sensitive and very specific antigen detection system may be useful now in the diagnosis of Lyme disease, in the study of the patients who had this illness and the progression of the illness, and also in studying the response of patients to treatment. Today I'm going to report on the use of this antigen detection system in human Lyme patients. Now, the clinical material consists of randomly selected specimens. No special way that we did this in the beginning. We're still exploring the different methods. These are my collaborators, Dr. Dorothy Truca, Paul Lavoya, and Kenneth Wigman, as well as myself. We tested many different specimens, included spinal fluid, urine, blood, synovial fluid, and even tears. I'll report on a portion of the patients that were tested. And overall, they were 73 patients, 7 of whom were tested prior to treatment. The rest were tested during or after therapy was given. After collection, the specimens were frozen and sent to Montana and Rocky Mountain Lab. We'll go through some of the results. Now, the patients who were not treated, all of them were positive for Borrelia burgdorferi. These are clinically confirmed cases of Lyme disease, and 100% of them were picked up in a small series. All these specimens, by the way, were urine. Of the treated patients, we found, well, let me go back and say that the patients were treated extensively. The average duration of therapy, as you can see from the slide, was 13 and a half months of either intermittent or continuous antibiotic therapy. The range is incorrectly stated on the slide. The range went as far as 36 months of treatment in the more extreme cases. Now, when you can categorize the results by positive or negative on this testing, you will find that, regardless of treatment given, most patients are symptomatic. Let's use the slide on this. Of the 56% overall were still reactive despite such extensive treatment. Of those who were still symptomatic, 86% were positive for antigen, and interestingly enough, 56% of those who had treatment who were no longer symptomatic, at least as far as we could tell, still were storing antigen. Come back to that in a second. In the subgroup of those patients who were treated and treatment was stopped, if 4 weeks were allowed to elapse and the patient still reported symptoms, then every single one of those patients was still secreting antigen. Now, going back to what I said just a moment ago about non-symptomatic or supposedly minimally symptomatic patients post-treatment, 56% of those were still positive. The separate study, where 35 supposedly negative control patients taken from Westchester County in New York and the Denver area were tested, of those 35 patients, 18 of the 35 tested positive. When those patients were talked to after this result were interviewed, many of these patients were minimally symptomatic and they basically ignored their symptoms, never knew they were clinically very ill. I guess the answer to this dilemma is not to choose negative control for the endemic area. Interestingly, but not surprisingly, we found no significant correlation between serologic results at the time of testing and the urine or blood or T or antigen testing. Now let's discuss this a little bit because it's very surprising findings. First of all, we know from the control studies done in the lab as well as the untreated patients that the test is very highly specific and very highly sensitive. Now, we also know from the untreated patients that this can be a very sensitive diagnostic test when applied to untreated, clinically confirmed cases. Results also presented the fact that many surprises come up. First of all, the antigens of relevant dorfright persist in patients despite very extensive treatment in the majority, and especially in those patients who are still symptomatic. Reasonable question to first ask and try to find an answer is, why are they still spilling antigen? Is it the fact that the infection indeed was cleared and they still had some of these biological products left over and therefore causing this reaction? Or in fact, is the presence of these biological products being secreted by Starkey indicate that the treatment was not completely effective in eradicating the infection and that the infection persists? Several facts have to be known. First of all, in some of these specimens, in fact many of the specimens, whole intact Starkeys were seen, lending credence to the theory that they were having persistent infection. Recently, other studies done with molecular analysis, PCR, and even culturing have confirmed the persistence of Borrelia burgdorferi in patients who have received treatment. Now, a reasonable question then to say is, why do these Borrelia persist despite such aggressive therapy? Many explanations have been given. One that's important here is the existence of this possible S layer, or the surface layer. Many other species of organisms are known to possess this layer, and some researchers feel that Borrelia burgdorferi also may contain this type of a layer, as do the researchers here at Rocky Mountain Lab. Now, because of their method of electron microscopy and antigen detection, they have found these layers in these glycoproteins. And what's important is that if these layers indeed completely encircle and coat the Starkey, has major impact on seroreactivity. In other words, it's a possibility this is one reason why some patients are seronegative. Very important implication in terms of the Starkey's ability to evade the host immune system, as well as perhaps antibiotic resistance, in that we have capsules surrounding the germ preventing the appearance of antibiotics in the organism. Another unusual finding, which is definitely worth emphasizing, is that these byproducts are also detected in tears of the 4 patients who were tested. A much larger study, which will later be presented separately, tested 50 such patients, and without getting into much detail, basically their results concur with those we found here. Another very important thing we have to consider is extremely varied presentation. We have, on the one extreme, patients who are so minimally symptomatic they never even knew they were sick. On the other hand, we have people who are obviously very ill and quite disabled. Perhaps we can make a corollary with tuberculosis in this case, where we have to distinguish infection from disease. I think it'd be a very important point of research to try and find out what factor or factors make a patient present in any one particular way. This may be an answer in treating some of our patients, especially if we can't kill the organism. Perhaps we can, in these patients, find a way to let them live with their infection in some type of dormant or symbiotic relationship. One of our other very important points to address, which was not addressed in this study, is the potential for sampling error. As I mentioned before, these specimens are randomly selected. The reason why I bring this up is because I was involved in a series of blood culture studies many years ago, and we found several important things. For example, when culturing the blood of patients with Sparky, we found that there's a monthly cycle of symptoms in Lyme disease, just as in the other Borrelia illnesses. We're more likely to pick up a positive blood culture during the time they're more symptomatic. We also found a daily variation in culture positivity. Many Lyme patients who are symptomatic will find that in the late afternoon, they become more fatigued, they have more symptoms, they start showing their low-grade fever, they get a patient flush and so forth. That's the time of day we're almost universally successful in picking cultures, with other times of day we are not. One other final point to address is that Dr. Novak, in her studies that were presented at one of the Lyme meetings, using the method of Hyde, showed that on a daily basis, antigen secretion in the urine varies quite a lot. Some days it's present in large numbers, other days it's not at all present. And the presence of these byproducts can also therefore be affected by the presence of antibiotics, both higher and lower. I think it's important at this point to try and find out more about sample acquisition before we use more of these detection methods that are direct, such as PCR, culturing, and this type of method, because before any meaningful statement can be made on the sensitivity and specificity of the test, we need to know the collection parameters and try to find that better. I'm very excited about this new technology for many, many reasons. Obviously, to clinicians like myself, we see patients who have not responded to short courses of antibiotics. We see patients responding better as treatments were made more aggressive. Unfortunately, though, we've seen people on very aggressive therapies who still did not do well, many of whom were included in the study were found still to be storing antigens. I think it's very important that we demonstrate the reason for this and try and find ways to get around these problems. Another important point to consider is that these byproducts, as I mentioned, are found in virtually all tissues tested, as well as almost all the bodily, in fact, all the bodily fluids that were tested today. If these glycoproteins are very highly mitogenic to the immune system, this also has major implications on why the symptoms are so protein, so widespread, so varied, so systemic. Also, since some of these bloods contain spirochetal DNA, this also has implications in the presentation of Lyme patients with connective tissue pack illnesses. And so recommendations from this point on, first of all, obviously we need to define better the collection parameters to make these types of tests more applicable clinically and also more accurate. The second thing we need to do is next to elaborate a protocol which can help us to answer the question of whether these persistent antigens do indeed reflect ongoing infection or some other phenomenon that is yet to be defined. Once that is accomplished, I definitely recommend serial and long-term studies of our Lyme patients to get a better understanding of the course of this illness over time, including before, during, and after therapy. And also, very importantly, large-scale studies on those patients who are antigen positive or who are minimally or non-symptomatic to see what develops in these patients over time. And that's it in a nutshell. And I'd like to thank everybody involved here. Thank you definitely goes to the scientists and technicians at the Rocky Mountain Lab for this incredibly excellent work. It definitely goes to my colleagues who have collaborated on this study. It goes also to the Lyme Disease Foundation for supporting and part of this work, and especially for our patients who have been so nice to help with all our cases. Thank you all.
We have time for a couple of questions.
Well, it's not actually a question, it's a commercial announcement. I represent the U.S. government for licensing of technology with a speaker as was mentioned from Rocky Mountain Laboratory. And many areas of technology are available in Lyme disease. Anybody in the audience who is interested, there is small business or major companies, I'm excited to talk to anybody on here today and tomorrow. And we will facilitate licensing from the US government for the nation itself.
Well, I guess I should start from the beginning. Let me introduce myself. I am Girish Burwa. I represent the U.S. government here in this conference. And there is a Center for Utilization of Federal Technology, which has the responsibility to license all the technology which is developed at the National Institute of Health, and particularly in this area, which the speaker has mentioned, that Dr. Dorwood and Dr. Sean and other his collaborators have developed in the Lyme disease area. That technology is available for licensing, and as some of you might be aware of, that the government has a preference for small businesses, but considerations are also given, believe it or not, to the major companies. And I have brought along some of the technologies which are developed for U.S. patent applications and patents, which I will distribute to anybody who will be interested. I don't have all the copies for all of you. But if anybody of you in the audience is interested, as I mentioned earlier, to seek a license from the U.S. government, from the National Institute of Health, I'd be delighted to take your business card or talk to you in person and try to see if it's facilitated through my office. And I hope that some of you who are not aware of us, please do contact. The government is here to help you, believe it or not. And the National Institute of Health, as all of you I'm sure are aware, is one of the largest institutions in the world to help the humankind. And I'm very pleased to represent the NIH as well as the Department of Commerce. Thank you very much.
We have time for one or two more questions. Let's see if we can get them. Are those microphones working back there? Trying to do.
My sincere thanks to Dr. Burrascano. I practice in Northern New Jersey. I'm internist, and me, my wife, and my wife's whole family, including my mother-in-law, went to India. And I did not realize why she has gone to 2 ENT doctors and 2 eye doctors, including Baltimore, John Hopkins Institute, until I get Lyme, and nobody helped me out in my area. And my sincere thanks to Dr. Burrascano, who returned my call and spent 35-40 minutes, and definitely told me that I have to go try it. And I cannot forget that, because in my area, after I got better even in Northern New Jersey, still no doctor wants to believe the Lyme disease exists. That includes even consultants and rheumatologists and neurologists. And my message is that here in this audience, the message is not clear. The message has to go to Washington. There is no purpose of putting out to people who knows about Lyme. We all know a little bit about Lyme. We have to reach out to every small community hospital and every schools and every small area about this. Otherwise, there is no way out. If me and my wife get Lyme by cutting the wound in my backyard, and my daughter might have it probably, I'm not sure. And my mother-in-law who comes from India, and my brother-in-law, my sister-in-law, and son, I think chances people who are doing fishing, hunting, camping, hiking, and have lost their homes are 120 times more. I appreciate if this work goes to Washington, and by having conference of 500 people, I don't think that's the focus of attention. We have to bring our force to the White House, otherwise we can never win the war. Thank you.
We'd like to have some questions. Good statement. If we have one person right there, if you want to go back, maybe have time for 2.
I'm Dr. England from New Jersey. Dr. Burrascano, on a practical basis, for doctors seeing patients all day long, how can they get the antigen capture studies done? Who is doing it, and where can it be done in a reliable manner?
At this point, unfortunately, these studies are not available. The results I reported were based on original studies that were done by the Rocky Mountain Lab. They've now pretty much perfected the technique to the point where it can, as you heard, now be licensed for commercial use. And until that happens, the test will not be made available.
Do you think there's any purpose to start freezing on samples?
No, that's a completely different topic, but I think that's a very important thing to bring up. It's important, I think, especially in areas where Lyme disease is highly endemic, that all areas develop what's called the serum bank, where patients who have known Lyme disease, possible Lyme disease, or even other mysterious illnesses that don't yet have a diagnosis, with their serum be separated into small aliquots, frozen at -70 if possible, and kept for future use. Many, many wonderful studies and revelations in the field of medicine have resulted from just some serial studies. So I really think saving serum, urine, whatever, is a great idea, and I encourage all to do so.
As you're well aware of, serum negativity is a major problem for the clinician. We're all desperate for having this type of antigen capture analysis available soon. What is the reality and time frame?
You know, I honestly can't answer that. I, as a clinician, am hopeful and pushing for this to get accomplished quickly, but government and business will slow.
Richard Codell, physician from New Jersey. Your impression, these people being treated for 13 months on the average, are they doing better as a result of treatment, or should we go along with the insurance companies and say, if it hasn't worked in a month, it hasn't done any good?
By and large, the patients do better over time. Treating Lyme disease is a very individual area. Some patients will respond to one medication, whereas another group of patients will not. And unfortunately, in the beginning, it takes a lot of clinical judgment and a lot of trial and error, unfortunately, to come up with a combination that will work for one patient. Unfortunately, we've seen patients improve to a plateau, but not still well. Then we have to try other therapies, combination therapies, and other modalities, such as rehab programs, to try and bring them one step further. But by and large, I had done studies reported back in 1987 where, as treatment length is extended, by and large, the rate of success does increase.
I'll have to do the last question.
I have one more.
Well, I'm going to have to insert the chair here. Dr. Toscano will be available to answer questions after we've had our break. We've been falling behind here in terms of getting started, and I think we do have a narrow time frame in terms of a lunch. There are sandwiches available at Celia's downstairs. Here it's not free, but you have to pay something at that point, but you can lunch there. Also entertaining you there will be the Stamford High Jazz Ensemble, so you'll be able to hear some jazz. Please come back at 1 o'clock. Please we will adjourn at 1 o'clock. Good afternoon. Hope everybody had a good lunch and enjoyed the jazz band. We'll start our proceedings, keep on the schedule because we have a lot to cover. Dr. Darden Petruka graduated from Rutgers State University, where she received an undergraduate degree. She attended the New Jersey College of Medicine and received her MD degree. She's boarded in pediatrics as well as in neurology. She's currently the Assistant Medical Director for Child Evaluation at Jersey Shore Medical Center. She's Assistant Professor at Medical School at Rutgers University and Assistant Professor at Cornell University. She will be presenting on the neurologic manifestation of Lyme disease in children.
Thank you very much. What I would like to do in the time we've had, first, of course, to thank Dr. McBride and Karen and Tom Forshner for the conference and for inviting me to participate. For some of you that have heard me go over these various cases before I take your indulgence, what I would like to do is keep this very clinical. I'm a pediatric neurologist in private practice and basically deal with children with a variety of neurologic problems, but because of the endemic nature of Lyme in New Jersey. I see a fair number of children that have what I think is neurologic Lyme. Sometimes we can prove that, and sometimes we can't. And that's the dilemma of this disease. Is that the projector on? Somebody turn the projector.
There it goes.
So, without further ado, I'm going to go over with you some of the cases. I'm going to give you sort of a laundry list slides first of the types of problems we see as an overview, and then focus in on some specific cases that I think you'll find of interest. I have been seeing children with Lyme since 1982. In 1982, I saw 3 boys who had Lyme disease, and since then the numbers have escalated incredibly. I see children who are infants, adolescents, around school-age kids. Generally speaking, those that are under 12, the number of girls and boys is about the same, but after the age of 12 in teenage years, I see more females than males. However, when the boys are sick, their symptoms are very similar to the girls. Less than 50% of these children remember the tick bite or getting the rash. I don't have a pointer, but if you see the dots in the central portion of New Jersey, right on the coast, my one office is where one cluster of dots is, and the other office is at the periphery of those dots. So basically, my 2 offices are right in sort of the hotbed of Lyme in New Jersey, although it's far more pervasive now than before, and we're seeing it all over the state. When we look at chronic and acute problems with neurologic Lyme, there's very little in the literature on children. There's a fair amount in the adult literature on neurologic Lyme. And I'm going to look at, first of all, a few of these slides just to give you an overview of the types of problems that are seen. The problems that are in the central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system and the autonomic nervous system. In the central nervous system, patients can start off initially when they first become ill, and this can happen shortly after a bite, within a few weeks, or sometimes months later. But in any event, in the initial stages, if they do get any kind of meningeal reaction, it's a septic type of meningitis, and sometimes they may have a cranial neuropathy, usually a 7th nerve, but other nerves can be involved as well. They may go on and have an encephalomyelopathy, either severe or mild, and the big problem with a lot of the patients is this mild encephalopathy that can linger and accompanied by a whole host of problems which will go over. In the peripheral nervous system, there's usually or it can be when it's proven on biopsy, a multifocal axonal type of neuropathy rather than a demyelinating process. They can have a reticulitis or a Guillain-Barré-like picture, and again, there's more motor and sensory involvement. Brachial neuritis, mononeuritis multiplex. They can have a mild sensory motor neuropathy, and the Bell's palsy, of course, the cranial neuropathy. And carpal tunnel syndrome has been reported in the patient. And of course, patients can have muscle involvement with a myositis. If I look at the kinds of problems that the patients complain to me about, the children that I see, this is the list. Headache, by far and away, is one of the most common complaints. Fatigue, arthralgias. Many times they won't have an arthritis, but they have an arthralgia. They're dizzy, chest pain. The chest pain that these patients complain about can be so excruciating that their parents rush into the emergency rooms thinking these children are having heart attacks. Most of the time this pain is in the chest wall, but it is so acute and so severe and so excruciating. The abdominal pain, these patients go from surgeon to surgeon complaining about their abdominal pain. The sore throats, the kids tell me this is the worst sore throat they ever had. They never remember having such pain in their throat. Sometimes the pain is really from the TM joint. Reticular pain, the sleep disturbances frequently, especially in the younger children. The parents complain these kids are up all night. And the older kids complain that they can't sleep. And they have trouble falling off to sleep, they're up half the night. Blurry vision, memory loss, difficulty concentrating. As a result of these memory loss, difficulty concentrating, big problem that these children run into, of course, is problems with schoolwork. They result in poor performance. The grades drop. And many of these children, because they're so sick that they really can't get through a day at school, wind up on a home tutoring program and need supportive services. A number of these children are classified in our state as chronically ill, so that they can be eligible for
the kinds of help that they need. But the memory loss is a complaint that the children have. If you talk to the adults with Lyme, the memory loss is a big complaint that they have as well. Naturally, if you're at school every day and can't remember, that makes life pretty tough. Other things that they come in with, of course, are the sudden onset of facial weakness, the Bell's palsy. Vision loss, hearing loss, not as common as vision loss, visual disturbances. An ascending weakness, a Guillain-Barré-like picture, and we have some patients that have incontinence, patients that have neurogenic bladders now, seizures, and I'll try to address that again in a few minutes and we talk a little bit more about some patients individually, but seizures definitely occur. Muscle twitches and jerky movements that these patients make that don't look like anything you've ever seen before sometimes. Numbness and tingling. The interesting thing about this is you have young children telling you how the bottom of their feet just burn and they can't stand the pain and discomfort. It's a very odd complaint for a child to have, or even think of or dream of. They definitely have this funny sensations, these distal paresthesias. When you talk to the adults, they talk about these distal paresthesias, these funny sensations. It's a sensory neuropathy. Problems with weight gain and weight loss. Children losing 10, 12 pounds over a short period of time or putting on an enormous amount of weight when they haven't really been eating that much. And the emotional problems that these children have, and I know that there'll be a specific discussion of psychiatric problems with patients, but certainly these patients do have a lot of difficulties because of irritability, mood swings, personality change. Like I said, about half or less are going to talk about their EM rash or their tick bites. But a lot of these children live in a very endemic area. They're out in the woods a lot, and I can give you just anecdotal information. We had a boy in our hospital who was treated for 6 weeks with IV antibiotics and was doing well after having the diagnosis having Lyme. He went home, went out in the backyard that afternoon because he finally was well enough to get outside, and came in the house and had 9 ticks on him. Another family took their son, who's been sick now for 2 years, and they went out for a walk in the woods because they were visiting relatives in central Jersey. And when they came back, the mother got 23 ticks off their family. So some people just have a propensity to pick up these ticks, and it's really very frustrating for them. Well, what do the patients look like when they come in? Many times their exams may not show much of anything. It's their clinical history that tells you that they're chronically sick. But when they do come in, usually the Bell's palsy obviously is an acute problem, and the mother immediately, or the teacher says, gee, this kid's face is weak, and the next thing you know, they're in somebody's office with the Bell's. Not every Bell's palsy is Lyme, but you have to be concerned that a good number of Bell's may be due to Lyme, and especially if it's a bilateral Bell's. I never saw bilateral Bell's palsy until Lyme came along, and now we've seen about 3 or 4 cases. Children can have arthritis, vision loss, they can have papilledema, and this is important to remember because increased intracranial pressure does occur with Lyme. Not every patient is going to have Lyme is going to have papilledema, but a good number of them, when you tap them, their spinal fluid pressures may be elevated. The reflexes may change, they may be hypoactive or hyperactive, weakness, Guillain-Barré, bladder problems, of course, frank arthritis, bradycardia and tachycardia. Some of these kids' heart rates are down into the 50s or less. On the tachycardia, the kids complain of palpitation, abdominal tenderness, lymphadenopathy. Those are the kinds of things that you might see when you examine it. Now, as I said, these are sort of a laundry list. I'm telling you the kinds of things that we have seen in our patients. Now, to contrast this, if we look at the paper that was published in the New England Journal in 1990 by Ravikian and Steer, they looked at a number of their patients and found that memory loss, 81%, depression, sleep disturbances, irritability, radicular pain, sensory loss, paresthesias, upper motor neuron weakness, fatigue, headache. The kinds of things that we see in the children that the mothers complain to us about, that the older kids complain to us about, are the very things that the adults are seeing in their population and that they're reporting. When they looked at their patients in more detail, the slide doesn't project very well, they looked at some of the spinal fluid results and memory testing, and in some patients with encephalopathy, polyneuropathy, there was increased protein. On neuropsychological testing, these patients demonstrated memory loss. These patients, some of them had abnormal EMG, nerve conduction studies, but it wasn't 100%. Not all the patients would have this, but some would. When we look at our patients in terms of spinal fluid, I'll show the slide in a minute, we don't always find an abnormal spinal fluid. If we see these patients early on when they have aseptic meningitis, we may see that inflammatory response. But later on, when the just encephalic happens, we may not. And then the magnetic resonance imaging, I'll show you a few pictures of some of these children that have had lesions on their MRI. So with the diagnostic workup, aside from your serologies, the patients may or may not come up with some positive findings on their diagnostic test. Now, other speakers are going to go into detail about diagnostic tests, IFA, ELISAs, PCRs, and Western blots, so I'm not going to dwell on that. Just to tell you that we obviously send off Lyme titers on patients and repeat the titers. We are now sending off PCRs and spinal fluid after the last paper that was in neurology. We have a number of patients, of course, that have positive Western blots. We don't always come up with 100% positivity on every test that we do on every patient, and that's what makes it so frustrating. Looking at other types of tests that might be helpful, beyond just the Lyme serologies and Western blots, the workup itself may be very unrevealing. However, a good 30% of these patients have abnormal EEGs, and many times this correlates with the patients with their headaches, their memory loss, those that are encephalopathic, and in those patients that are having seizures. I have had a number of patients whose EEGs, when I initially saw them, were normal. As the time went on, these patients developed what looks like a frontal lobe type of seizure because they do some bizarre kinds of things that are hard to explain, and their EEGs are now abnormal. We have one girl in the hospital now who's had a number of seizures. Many times they look like pseudo-seizures. However, on the ambulatory EEG, run over 24 hours, we picked up 2 definite seizures during 2 times when she had these strange kinds of spells. So, an abnormal EEG, changes in EEG activity can definitely be seen in patients with Lyme. And in some cases, of course, on anticonvulsant medications, we can quiet this activity down, but until we aggressively get the Lyme treated, this many times is very difficult to control. Visually both responses. The kids tell you, oh, my vision is blurry, I just can't see, I don't know what's going on, my eyes is bothering me. And what really bothers them is when they go to read or study, they can't focus in. That partly is due to their difficulty concentrating, but it's also due to visual problems. And about 15-20% have abnormalities on their visual evoked responses as well. They have blocks in the conductive pathway. And this many times will reverse itself after a long course of treatment. These patients, when their eyes are examined, sometimes they'll have blurry disc margins, and sometimes the eye examination itself is unrevealing. The MRIs. We're doing more and more MRIs now because it is a more diagnostic type of test than the CAT scan. Most of the CAT scans done on the Lyme patients have been normal. But the MRIs in some patients have been abnormal, and this has gotten a lot of notoriety in the medical literature because obviously it's an abnormal test and we'll focus in on that. But it is of some help because prior to Lyme, and the MRI was around prior to Lyme, although not too many of the machines were available, but it was around, we really didn't see a lot of children with lesions on MRIs. And even as the incidence of the Lyme began to increase, the majority of MRIs are coming back normal. Now that we have more Lyme patients, we're picking up more of these UVOs, the areas of increased signal, patchy-looking lesions, and I'll show you some examples, on these kids. Just the way the adults are picking it up on their patients, the adult neurologists, and of course the dilemma is always MS versus vasculitis versus Lyme. And that's pretty much the way our neuroradiologists react with MRIs now because they're so tuned into the fact that these patients may have Lyme. So the MRI might be of some help. I've sent 2 patients for PET scans now, and I'm waiting for some official results on that, but I think that that's also going to be helpful, although not an easy test to justify doing in a Lyme patient right now. What about the spinal fluid? If you see the patient early on, you're going to see an inflammatory response. You're going to see some cells, lymphocytes, slightly elevated protein. If you see the patient later on down the road, 6, 8 months, 10 months, a year later, they've been chronically sick, the spinal fluid may not show much. Sometimes the headache is due to increased pressure. And when you tap the patient, you will see an elevated opening pressure, 250, 300. If the patient has very obvious papilledema, then the pressure is usually very high, 350, 400. But if the patient has no papilledema, the pressure is only modestly elevated. Now, most of the time when we used to tap patients with headaches looking for other things, we didn't maybe focus in so much on the pressure if there was no papilledema. But it is interesting to note that the pressure is elevated. And as I looked at the adult literature, there's a number of cases reported of patients with Lyme having slightly increased opening pressures on their spinal tap. And these taps are all done in these patients for a totally relaxed position so that we're not getting erroneous reading. The segmentation rate, CBCs and so forth are usually fine, but in some patients the rates are high. They may be 50, 60, or 35, 40, but they're somewhat elevated. However, the majority of patients, the set rates are usually normal. So we do some diagnostic testing for two reasons. One, we're trying to see if we can get some additional information to help us establish a diagnosis that there is something neuropathologically going on. And two, because this workup is going to help us hopefully rule out other causes for the patient's complaints. And two examples. A little girl, when she was 6 years of age, she had a positive IFA, 1 in 256. A pediatrician saw her. Her neurologic examination was entirely unremarkable, except that her disc margins were swollen. So she had papilledema, she was awake, she had no coordination deficits, she was tired and fussy, but that's because her mother said she'd been sick, she'd been bitten by a tick, she'd been treated with some penicillin, and now she was still sick, so he put her back on penicillin right now, positive titer. He said, this is probably just the Lyme flaring up again, we'll just treat her with oral meds. So when I saw her, the papilledema looked so obvious and looked as if it was really an acute papilledema, far more than I expected from Lyme. I sent her immediately for a CAT scan. She had mesoblastoma. She had a malignant brain tumor with a normal neurologic exam, and she had to, of course, have surgery and radiation therapy. So there the girl was bitten by a tick, probably had Lyme, but also had a life-threatening malignant tumor. We had another child comes in. She had a Lyme titer that was critical, and then went into 1 in 256. Also bitten by ticks, lived in a very endemic area. She was complaining of back pain, and she had 4 grams of protein in her spinal fluid. She had a spinal cord glioma, malignant glioma. She expired within a year. The lesson that we learned is that not every patient with a positive titer who's been bitten by a tick has all their complaints due to Lyme. Their complaints may be due to other things. 14-year-old boy came out of a pediatrician in June of 1989, I guess it was. Had a sore throat culture negative. Was told he had a virus and forget about it, it'll be okay. By August, he saw an adult neurologist because he was having trouble walking and was told it was probably some psychological problem that he didn't want to play baseball anymore or whatever. Lyme titer had been negative in one hospital. So we saw him by early September, and he came into the office, and this was a kid who was an athlete, and he came in and he held onto the wall as he walked down the hallway. He said, I just can't even make it down this hallway. He laid down his examining table, he had absolute dependent reflexes, he was weak. He said, I feel lousy, I've lost 30 pounds. So I said, all right, so we put him in the hospital. His Lyme titer was really not very impressive. It was 1 to 128 IFA. Of course, he lives in Howell, New Jersey. He has a lot of ticks, and he was bitten by ticks along the way from playing sports. So I said, well, I'm going to treat you anyway, because you've been sick now since June, and you have to go to school this fall. And I put him on intravenous prostacyclin, intravenous ceftriaxone, and over 48 hours, he said, boy, I feel so much better. He said, I can walk down the hall. He said, I don't have to hold on to the walls anymore. He said, what a difference. And he says, I feel just so much better. So I'm watching him like this, and I ordered an ASO titer, which is in the 800s, and a cardiac workup showed he had mitral insufficiency, and other diagnostic tests proved that he had Sydenham's chorea. And what had happened was he was so physically weak that you couldn't see the chorea until he felt better from the antibiotic, and then the chorea came out. And then the cardiac workup showed the mitral valve insufficiency. Anyway, I decided to just keep him on the antibiotics, even though I had properly slim evidence that this was Lyme. And I knew he had Sydenham's, but I thought, well, it just seems better. So we treated him for about 6 weeks with IV-Losec, and eventually his Sydenham's chorea subsided like it usually does. And now, of course, he's taking penicillin prophylaxis because he has a diagnosis of rheumatic fever. But he's fine. His Lyme titer is doubled now. Now it's a 1 to 256. And he'll probably always have a titer like this. I don't know, we'll follow him, but he's fine. He plays baseball, he goes to a prep school, and he's just a top-notch kid. So there again, you know, because his throat culture was negative in June, and because he didn't want to walk very much, he was immediately labeled psychological. But there was a lot going on with that boy. And it wasn't all alone. So not everything, as I said, is Lyme. And it's the responsibility of the physician caring for the patient to go looking for other possible causes of the problem to feel comfortable if you're then going to make a clinical decision to treat a patient for Lyme. So, the diagnosis line is a critical one. The laboratory studies may help, they may be normal, or the patient may still be sick. And so you have to decide based on the history how you're going to approach the patient and what you're going to do. And that's what makes this tough. If you look back again at the same paper from the New England Journal, they looked at some of the patients who had the onset of their infection at one point, and years later developed their neurologic complaints. In some cases, as late as 14 years later. Take a look at neurosyphilis. Same kind of picture. They told years. This is another disease that talks about patients being sick for years. Syphilis, spirochetal infection. Again, this kind of picture of some of these patients being ill, as you know, from medical school years ago, 20, 30 years down the road. Certain things to remember. Not every patient that has a negative titer doesn't have Lyme. Here's 4 of 7 patients. This is taken from the American Journal of Medicine in 1990. 4 of 7 patients had EM, 2 had facial nerve palsy, 1 had a flu-like syndrome. These were 4 of 19 of patients with characteristic skin lesions who had blood cultures, and serologic testing was frequently non-reactive. 2 patients had no antibody or multiple sera, and all patients improved with antibiotic treatment had negative blood cultures after, but 5 of 7 had persistent complaints after completion of therapy. Now that little summary tells you that patients can have virulent culture from this blood with negative titers and have persistent complaints even after therapy has been completed. And whether these patients need to be treated or not becomes the question. The typical response of our patients, this one is in the Journal of Medicine, and this is the paper I just was talking about. The typical response of our patients to antibiotic therapy is once the spirochetal infection and the pathogenesis of these syndromes, the syndrome we're talking about is the encephalopathy, the polyneuropathy. 6 months after treatment, more than 31 patients had relapsed or were no better. In addition, more than half had previously received therapy, thought to be appropriate, and still had progression of the illness. The likely reason for relapse is failure to eradicate the spirochete with a 2-week course of intravenous ceftriaxone. And I say in some cases now, the failure is because 4 weeks of treatment didn't work, and maybe the patients need more. Dr. Schwann, diagnosis of Lyme is not straightforward because of several characteristics of the infection. Most of the associated clinical symptoms are not unique. Strong specific immunologic response does not always accompany the infection, and the spirochetes cannot be detected or isolated in infected individuals. So you see the dilemma. Now, to get back to a few puzzling cases that I think you may find of interest. And that's my thing about neurology. Things are not usually straightforward, and that's what makes it such a fascinating specialty. This little girl named Jessie. Jessie, when we saw her, she was 4 years old. And Jessie came in the hospital. She was aphasic and hemiplegic. She had a very bad hemiplegia. She was aphasic. About 8 months before she came in the hospital, she had been bitten by a tick and was given 4 weeks of penicillin after she had the EM rash. And then that point forward, she always seemed to have some headache and some dizziness. And then she was bitten again by some ticks. And then in June of the following year, that's 8 months later, she came in acutely aphasic and hemiplegic. She had a normal CAT scan, but her MRI, if you can look at the brainstem, sorry I don't have a pointer, you can see that increased enhancement there, that UPI, you might say, in the brainstem. Now, the differential is brainstem glioma, vasculitis, Lyme disease. Well, she doesn't have a brainstem glioma, I'll tell you that right now. She sat there wide awake at aphasic with this dense hemiplegia, and we did the mega neurologic workup to try to find out why she had this. Did she have herpes encephalitis? No. Did she have any bacterial meningitis? No. We went through everything and decided with this history of this much tick bite, and she lives in a town where there's more ticks than anything else, we put her on intravenous antibiotics. I tell the residents that probably the aphasia might be epileptic, so let's run an EEG and then give her IV Valium while the EEG is going. So they did that, and as they gave her the IV Valium, she started to talk. So we cleared up the aphasia by treating this obvious electrical cerebral seizure activity that was going on consistently in the left temporal lobe. So we treated her with antibiotics and anticonvulsants, and she got dramatically better. She only has a minimal hyperreflexia now on the left side. She's no longer aphasic. She's a little hyper, and I think she definitely has learning disabilities and is going to need to be in a special ed class next year. But she's a very vivacious, active little girl who made a dramatic recovery. Now, looking at her MRI, this is the lesion again about 2 months later, and now it's become, you can't see this, but it's cystic. It's very cystic now. Now, this girl never had a positive titer. She never had a positive titer. We sent her spinal fluid to Dr. Down at the lab in Montana, and if you recall this morning when Dr. Berescano spoke, he told you about the diagnostic test that was being done looking for the antigen in the urine, and this is a blood showing you the antigen. This girl had a CSF that was positive showing these bloods. And that was the only piece of information that we had to hang our hat on that this was wrong. But in any event, this girl did well with treatment. However, she's still on anticonvulsant medications. Her EEG is still abnormal. And as I said, she does have learning disabilities. Although in questioning the family, I really wonder whether her learning disabilities may not be a genetic problem with this super This is an interesting girl. This girl, Carter, works in one of our state parks, and he's out in the woods all the time. This little girl goes out with her father into the woods in Monmouth County, New Jersey, where all the ticks live, and she's been exposed to ticks and bitten, and she's had a kind of she came in one day with a foot drop and papilledema and lost of vision in one eye. Now you figure that one out. I've never seen anybody with permeable neuropathy and optic neuropathy, and papilledema, and no vision, and she was wide awake and alert and telling us, that she had a headache and her knees hurt a little bit, but she couldn't walk because her foot kept dragging. She had increased intracranial pressure. She had an working pressure of about 280, and she had an elevated protein of about 50 in the spinal fluid. We never got zilch on her in terms of anything diagnostic for Lyme, except that she had this lesion in her on her MRI, and after we treated her with 6 weeks of IV rosuvastatin and kept her on Suprax for about 6 months later, this thing is just gone, and she's fine. Her permeable neuropathy is gone, she has no foot drop, and she has 20/20 vision, and she looks terrific, and I'll never be able to figure that one out. I present that to you as a diagnostic dilemma, and caution you that just because this patient didn't have a positive Lyme titer when she came in, I think it would not have been good for us not to have treated her, because I don't know what would have happened if we had just left rolling alone. I'll show you a few more of these and then give you a few more vignettes. This doesn't project that well. Here's Stevie's lesion. There's the same patient, these are smaller. Here's a few more. Okay, I'm going to turn the lights up a little bit. You'll warn me on the time, so I don't run over. That last patient that I showed you those lesions on lives in another state. I saw him, he's had sky-high positive antibody titers for Lyme. He's had these lesions now for 3 years. He goes along with symptoms, without symptoms, and his child neurologist that treats him in another state called up and said, what do you think I should do for him? And I said, well, right now he seems all right. I just leave him alone. He's had lots of antibiotic therapy. We really don't know what to do about those lesions, except he has them. And it's worrisome as to what's going to happen to this boy as he gets older. And I have a patient who's 4 years old. He's 7 now. When he was 4, he presented with these lesions in his MRI. And he's now 3 years into this. He goes through periods of being very symptomatic. We've got a facial palsy and a hemiparasis and lethargic. We treat him. He perks up. His MRI shows a few more of these lesions. He's had negative autoclonal bands, negative CSF antibody titers for Lyme. His peripheral titer is always positive. And he's definitely bitten by ticks. And we know that he has Lyme, but he's got these very worrisome lesions on his MRI, just like this boy from Georgia. And the question is, what is going to happen to this child? I think at this point, I wish I had a stronger antibiotic to try, but in the meanwhile, we'll keep treating him as we go along. And in terms of his intellect, in spite of having these lesions, he does have motor deficits, but in terms of his intellect, he's maintained his intelligence, but he too has learning problems. He gets frustrated in school, has difficulty concentrating, and so this is taking a toll on him. Another point. This is an 11-year-old. When I first saw him, it was about a year ago. He had headaches, joint pains, and remember being bitten by ticks either in New Jersey or at their summer home in Rhode Island. And eventually, in September of 90, he was diagnosed as having Lyme. He had a positive titer. He was treated with Rocephin for 3 weeks intravenously. And everything was good until January of 91 when he relapsed. He developed lethargy, headache, chest pain, back pain, joint pain, a variety of problems. And at that time, he had a positive titer, but his pediatrician felt he had treated him adequately. And so the parents, the father was a professor at Princeton University, the parents took him to see the expert here in New England. I shall not mention any names. And I have a letter from the expert, which I think is a wonderful letter, and I'm going to hold on to forever. The letter says, this boy is in good health. He looks fine. Right now he may have an upper respiratory infection. Because his mother is so desirous of him being treated, I'll give him some Amoxil. And thank you for sending him to me, blah, blah, and everything's great. Well, the boy comes back home, and he was so sick. The pediatrician said, what should I do next? And I said, well, do an MRI in his spinal cord. He had an elevated opening pressure of about 280, and we sent the fluid back up to the experts in New England. And they called back a week later and said, my God, this kid has a very high CS, has antibody titer, he must be really sick. And suggested maybe we should retreat him because our initial course didn't work. Well, the boy was retreated. He was treated for about 8 weeks with IV antibiotics, and then I kept him on PO antibiotics after that. And little by little, it took him almost a year, but he's back in full swing again, and his pain and aches are gone, and his headache is gone, and his mentation is good. He's back to school, and he's able to ride his bike to school every day. So, is that right? 1 minute ago? Okay. So, there was a situation where that positive antibody titer swayed certain individuals to feel that this child needed more treatment. But I think clinically they would have gone ahead and treated him anyway, because he obviously had relapsed and needed more treatment. Anyway, I could go on and on. I have a number of patients with elevated spinal fluid pressures, a number of patients, few patients, not a lot, with elevated CPK because they have a chronic myositis with their Lyme. But I also have a lot of patients who are just encephalopathic, not doing well, grades in school falling off, mood swings, irritability, and these are the tough ones. And then we've got a few in the hospital who have seizures that are difficult to treat. However, when we give them relatively high doses of dilantin and get the level up to a very high therapeutic range, we can usually bring these spells under control. So this does look paroxysmal, and 3 out of 3 right now do have abnormal EEGs. This disease is difficult to diagnose, it's tough to treat. My heart goes out to the mothers. I think they're the saints because they're dealing with the sick children, and they're tough, and I give them a lot of credit for this. There's one paper that just came out in neurology, the adult literature, showing MRI of a person with a sudden onset of a facial palsy, who on the MRI showed these UBLs around the cranial nerves, 3, 5, and 7, obviously lit up like a light bulb. This was done about 2 weeks after the patient was bitten by a tick. Already there was that much meningeal irritation. That patient had negative titers at that time. That patient was treated by the physicians, fortunately, and that patient's titer turned positive a few months later. But there's a situation in which there was definite evidence on the MRI of meningeal inflammatory response to an illness before there was any antibody titers. And so that test again was very helpful in that particular patient. But I think it also helps to teach us a lesson about this disease. It is tough to diagnose, tough to treat, but the patients deserve the attention and understanding of their clinicians, their physicians who care for them. Thank you very much.
Emergency calls Gail Oshetsky and Dr. Peter Lightman. There are phone calls for them, so just go to the front, on the front desk, have their registration there. I think that Dr. Truchek talk was a very good one, and I think I'd like to add one thing, that we not only give the people, the patients, the kind of attention, but we should also give them in the light of the difficulty in diagnosing and treating, we should give them the benefit of the doubt. Sometimes we, physicians, don't give patients the benefit of the doubt. My next speaker,
Dr. McBride?
yes,
Dr. McBride? Here.
okay, we're not going to, we won't be able to accept any questions.
Not a comment, I'd like to make one comment. Very quick.
Okay.
Paul Boy, San Francisco. Dr. Petruka has been assigned the title of being a bit of an enthusiast when it comes to pediatric neurologic injuries from an infection, malicine, obviously. And my comment is that the article that she addressed and one prior article are articles I would like to recommend to all physicians in the audience. The first article is the January 1992 Journal of Neurology. There are two articles in there by basically the same team. The lead clinician is John Halpern, and the article that she was speaking of very much underscores the variability of the presentation, the seronegativity, the CSF negativity, etc. Prior article in the New England Journal of Medicine out of Dr. Steer's lab, November the 22nd, 1990. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. LaVoy. Our next speaker received his master's, his bachelor's degree from the University of New Mexico and his MD degree from the University of Nebraska. He had fellowships at the University of Minnesota, Yale University, and Washington Hospital. He's previously a pathologist at Dr. Chase Cancer Center in Philadelphia, and now he's at the Harvard Cleveland Brigham and Women's Hospital. He's the first person to see spirochetes in Lyme arthritis and first to address the cardiovascular damage in Lyme disease. Truly one of the luminaries of this field. I present to you Dr. Paul Direct.
Thank you, Dr. McBride, the organizers of this foundation and of this meeting. I've been told there's no pointer, so see you all later. We'll try to get by without a pointer. It may be difficult in some of these pictures to see what we want to show. I'll just do a handstand roll across the stage and show the things that we're talking about. I really feel threatened with this black box. Let me just try and see if this is going to work. Never was good with high. It's taken me 2 years to learn the PC. And let me tell you how successful I am in changing planes. About as successful as I am running this thing. Okay. Could you go to the first slide again? Yeah, I think we'll. Let me go to the second one right away. It's not usually how I start out. I do taxi pretty slow and then take off eventually. It's like a glow worm. This comes from 3 Mile Island. At least you can watch me if nothing else. I've been interested in public speaking for some time. Thinking of starting up where a song is left off. Feel bad about it. One of the sure ways to turn an audience off is to tell you that I can't give this lecture in 40 minutes. It's going to take longer than that. Now seriously, there is, but 2 weeks from now will be my 10th anniversary of studying Lyme disease at the tissue level. And And about 5 to 6 years ago, I thought that pretty much everything was in its right order and that the speed of the research, investigation, and clinical knowledge was where it should be. And in the last 2.5 years, as our experience has expanded and as we sorted out the tissue biopsy specimens from people who did not have Lyme disease from those who did have Lyme disease, I have repostured my feeling about this disorder is that it is just as mysterious today as it was when Steer and his group first went out to talk to Polly Murray and her initial team of epidemiologists around Lyme, Connecticut. It was mysterious then, and it's even more so today as we create a new window at the cell level, molecular level, and clinical level. This bacterial illness becomes even more mysterious. It is very important. There is a media hype. There unquestionably is. Not everybody has Lyme disease. True prevalence may not be known today. It may hover around 1 in 1,000 in an endemic area, which is not a very high attack rate, as epidemiologists define attack rate. And clearly, the first slide was talking what I'm telling you, and it's not showing well. That's why we went to the second, but that's what these comments are. Clearly, people do get better with this infection brought, clearly. There's a handful of people who get into some truly deep-seated infections, and that's what I'm going to use the nature of this talk this afternoon to focus on. Before I do that, I will enable us to get on the same sheet of music by showing a few of the traditional slides that many of you have already seen many times over, but may be new for others. We won't spend that much time. So I'm going to emphasize the two areas in the tissue level, that are problems, that seem to be the site of chronic infection. And some of the findings that we have found today that my collaborator from Minnesota, Russ Johnson, just handed me another instrument. And I've never seen either one of these before. Let's see what that one is. Thank you. You see? There's an example that you can't work alone. Now this slide is designed to show that we really, this slide I actually showed in 1988 at the NIH conference, consensus conference in December 1988 in Bethesda, Maryland. We now can say that A and B are primary colony sites of Borrelia infections in man. Everything I'm going to show you is from humans. I have not mixed up any of my kangaroo slides with the one I'm going to show you. Number two, I still question this, the role of the GU and the gastrointestinal systems in this infection. And it's great to hear what's happening at the clinical level. Let's see, it's still there. My gosh, it's not except it's going backwards. And there's philosophical truth in that. I do my own line work, and that's the other part. Now, I think this must be the focus. Karen, you should have trained us on this before I started with my colleague. Dorothy, how in God's name did you do this? Did the bulb just go out? That's high tech for you. Karen, you mind just doing that again? Such power. This still isn't as bad as what happened a couple of years ago in White Plains when I got another shaky start and an introduction that's going about as well as this one. And a very dear friend of mine picked up the carousel and flipped it over backwards. And the other time that I experienced some interesting experiences was when I was giving a talk at the Pennsylvania State Society of Physical Technologists. And believe me, this is, which one should I touch? All right. Now, Karen, could you stay back there, or somebody stay back there and make sure things stay in focus? Now, the histology, enough of that introduction, the histology traditionally has shown that this is an inflammatory disease with multiple lymphocytes and plasma cells. The plasma cells are important, and that's the antibody-producing cell, because these cells are very activated and very stimulated in these tissues, and they look at times like malignant cells. That's not, and don't confuse what I just said. I said they look like malignant cells, and that's only because of the features that these cells have histologically. There we go. This is just a cartoon to show that these lymphocytes reacting with the antigens fall into a number of complex pathways that we're just beginning to unravel. The plasmacyl is a very large responder in concert with macrophages and antigen-presenting macrophages and T cells, which help the B plasma cell produce specific immunoglobulins against the infection. I'm going to get back to that point in a minute. This slide alone could be the subject of an entire symposium in this disease, and I think that at some point it will be. Maybe today if I can't get up there. This is a picture of the lymph nodes during this infection, and what I'm talking about are the fact that these, and we now know, and I'll show you that evidence, that these are pre-B immunoblasts, which have not obtained their ability to form immunoglobulin against the specific antigen in this disease, but are stimulating and are now in this stage of a typical plasmablastic proliferation, getting ready to synthesize specific immunoglobulin against the antigens of Broadhead, but are not quite ready to do this. And those that are shown by an immunoperoxidase preparation making surface immunoglobulin M. Now there's an activator of this called the CD22 molecule, which is the cell adhesion molecule on B cells, which have to be there before specific immunoglobulin is manufactured or synthesized at the tissue level. I'm going to show you an interesting finding from a particular patient we had in Pennsylvania about 2 years ago. We know that we don't expect IgA to be synthesized on these plasmablastic cells except in the mucosa, wherever the mucosa is, but we expect and do demonstrate that specific IgG is being formed at the tissue level during the chronic infection. And this was a patient with a lymph node from chronic infection, producing IgG as it should be. There is a transient phase of a mild form of hepatitis, but again, the interesting, which resolves on its own, but at least we think it does, that there are still precursor cells sitting in the sinuses of the liver, and some of the liver cells actually show changes that make one think of virus infection. But this all resolves with time. Now, this recent case, immunologists now know that helper T cells have to express another adhesion molecule on helper Ts called CD45. The CD45 is a surface antigen which directs the B cell, which is now suddenly having to develop, and this can happen within 10 hours in experimental animals. So the B cell then begins to make heat shock protein on the surface, which has itself some domains for the polypeptides of infectious agent, including many other bacteria. That happens all under the direction of CD45 and the helper T cell. We now also know, the immunologists know, that CD45 can lag behind this pathway. If such happens, the infectious organism can get a hold. Now, this was a frozen section preparation of a patient with chronic, what I would call chronic active Lyme disease, with CD22. But when we did CD45, this is CD45 on T cells, but the CD22 had not yet been expressed, and this patient had infection over 4 months. So that would suggest that at the cell level, that this is not in concert. So you can see that it doesn't take much for the immune system to be out of balance before any sort of antigenic presentation can override the system. Now this is just and I wish we had time to go on with that, but it just doesn't permit, but that's subject by itself. The biopsies of the heart, many of you haven't seen this before, shows similar lymphoplasmic cells coursing through the myocarditis. Many of you have seen this before. It's happy to report that this is basically resolved most of the time without too much sequelae. A few patients do appear to go on with some problems in the heart, however, but that needs further study. It just simply needs further study. Now, again, I'm going to review the conventional areas and not spend too much time because this is pretty well worked out. Alan Steer and many others have pretty much worked this out. There are faint features here that look like other immunologically directed and implicated arthritis. There are some interesting things that depart from that picture, however, and that's shown here. These clumps of what looks like just a maze of curetted material, and indeed it is the synovial membrane in pieces that have been curetted out as a therapeutic maneuver in a patient with advanced chronic Lyme arthritis. And here we see fibrin deposits. Many of you have seen other photographs, but this is a recent case showing that this lesion is very well established now, that when we see this angioproliferation, I just heard a beautiful lecture. The 3M company gave the Life Sciences Lecture Award to Judah Boltman from Harvard for all of his work on angiogenesis. And this Lyme arthritis model is a beautiful example of what he was talking about the proliferation of capillary sprouts under immunologic interplay. So it's interesting that we have this angiogenesis and marked deposits of fibrin occurring in the joints. And this is a close-up to show that is true fibrin with intact cells and not just a rheumatoid nodule. So clearly there were some very interesting changes in the synovial membrane in patients. But here's one we recently encountered, which tells us this is, after all, an immunologic disorder. And the implications at the cell level are just that. This is a patient from Illinois with Lyme arthritis, and here's the synovial membrane showing rather non-specific changes, but this structure here itself almost could qualify for a lymph node, and indeed, in many ways, it seems to be a lymph node. We know that those cells are rapidly growing because they're tingible macrophage bodies here, and we also know that this zone is rich in TGF-beta, which might not mean a lot to you unless you're an immunologist. TGF-beta is actually an immune suppressor, not an immune enhancer. What it's doing, being produced zonally in these areas, we can only speculate. Again, I wish I had time to talk about TGF-beta. I'm sorry, did I see? Well, that's it. See you in the lobby. Didn't take long. TGF-beta. I will mention TGF-beta when we get back to the nervous system, and we better do it soon before I run out of time. Now, this cartoon shows you that even though we can draw pictures on the computer to show that the spirochete has different forms and morphologies and appearances, there's a very classic one. To remind us that one of the reasons this disease escaped detection decades ago, if not 100 years ago, by the light microscope, is the fact that it produces such odd, bizarre shapes in vivo, that is, in the animal or in the human, as opposed to cell culture, that people just didn't believe. In fact, in 1982 late, we saw a few of these structures in the joint, and we bypassed them. We didn't know what they were, but there couldn't be anything we didn't suppose at the time. We now know what they are. And here's a joint fluid from a graduate student at Yale who had a very classic picture of Lyme disease, and here we can see one of those structures there. So they're clearly there. in the midst of an immunologic condition that's somewhat, what do I want to say, mutually exclusive. There are factors that would turn off the immune system and factors that would enhance it. Now this is a photograph of a culture of Borrelia in a laboratory stained with a polyclonal rabbit to show, so that you don't have to take the computer to do it, to show that these cells can get quite long. You can see the candy cane configuration of this long one running down here, and this one making a lollipop loop. We finally published all the different cytologic features we could find in this Borrelia with Dr. Elizabeth Auber last year from the University of Vienna. We put all of our work together, and that took us pretty close to 3 years just to get that paper done and finally out. But that paper summarizes the different shapes and forms that you can see. And if we go back then with similar antibodies to joint tissues, we did with Alan Steer when we were still together at Yale. That sounds like a romantic thing, still together. That we can find the candy cane structures of the synovium. So we know that the antigens and the bugs are there. I won't spend too much time with this Western blot, just to remind us all that when you do have such immunologic stimulation, now I don't mean to say that the immune system is functionally effective at this point. It may be functionally aberrant, but suffice it to say that if B cells and T cells are in plentiful supply over time, that there ought to be a response to the antigens by Western blot nets, which you see here. Here's the latter kilodalton control, and these are lean patients without it. This is the flagellar protein in a patient who does not have Lyme disease, and all of these patients here have Lyme arthritis in the active phase. Now this is an interesting region, and one we should pay more attention to. This is a biopsy of a patient from the Roxborough Hospital from Dr. Peter Torrance' practice with a nice skeletal biopsy of a patient who had pain and swelling of the muscles during her course of Lyme disease. And you can see this large aggregate collection of polymorphic or mixed lymphocyte and plasma cell populations. But when we go to look at the markers and try to measure CD45 and CD22 to see how well the T and B cells are talking to each other and signaling to each other, we find once again, that this is a labeling with CD45 that the CD45 is not being produced, and if CD45 is poorly produced, then we don't expect CD22 or therefore specific immunoglobulin to be made against this particular infection. So again, this is a backward way, but it's I think a very effective way of letting us know how well the immune system is doing at the tissue level. And it's an area that needs to be developed, I think, in this investigation. Now, this is a picture of spinal fluid. You've heard Dorothy talk about the ravages there, and I think that Lomel will show you what she's talking about. This looks like a preparation from a lymph node or bone marrow, but this is spinal fluid. The spinal fluid should look like water under the microscope. In other words, there shouldn't be anything there. Maybe a few macrophages, nothing more than that. Here again, we have very interesting cells being proliferated. Many times cytologists confuse these for a malignancy, such as leukemia and lymphoma, and I can just tell you my experience in the last 7 or 8 years of patients being called as having such tumors, when indeed they had just this atypical, and I would call it an atypical lymphoproliferative response. And my view of this is that if we did the marker studies further and intensely and studied enough subjects, which we should do, and wish we could, and we should, and we will, that we will see phenotypes here that may give us some clues as to why infections continue on in some people. Now, if we begin to look at the brain, years ago we thought that all we would ever see are these microglial immune effector cells. The microglial astrocyte is the immune effector cell in the CNS, or the central nervous system. That we can see changes around the vessels and not much else. But our recent experience indicates that those microglial cells don't even have to be there. The brain may look histologically normal. But I think if you have enough microglial cells around vessels with edema, they're going to give you those little starburst phenomena you see floating through on those MRI scans that Dr. Petruka showed. Here's an individual spirochete in a woman in her 40s who was sent to the University of Pennsylvania neurologic unit doing extremely poorly, who finally responded to weeks and weeks. She had to be transferred to the, I can't think of the name, probably Dulles, Washington Hospital, but she was transferred outstate Pennsylvania to have intensive neurologic treatment. I should have gone with her. And there wasn't any inflammation in the brain, but there were numerous spirochetes. The neurologist at the University of Pennsylvania says, how sure are you she had Lyme disease? I said, well, I don't know what else she has, but she has spirochetes in the brain, so they persisted and she got well. Dr. Lester is going to talk more about eye findings tomorrow, but I haven't shown this picture in years. This was the woman we had in Connecticut who lost vision in one eye due to infection of the retina and the vitreous. Now, we didn't pay too much attention to that except just to report its clinical significance, but we now think that this is very important. It's also known that TGF-beta is in high supply, if you will, if I may use that term, in the aqueous humor. So the TGF-beta suppresses T-cell maturity, especially the cytotoxic or the NK lymphocyte. It also causes macrophages to lose its antigen-presenting capabilities. So TGF-beta is a cytokine protein that's made by the body in certain conditions, but it may actually cause the immune system to go backwards, kind of the way I do when I give a lecture. This is a very important lesion. This is a sympathetic ganglion with lymphoplasma cells going into the ganglion, disrupting the ganglion conducting cells, and that was an episode that we saw from Europe. A recent case we have shows the dorsal root ganglion cells right near the spinal cord in a patient from Massachusetts, and all these dark cells here is the lymphoplasma cellular proliferation occurring within those dorsal rootlets. Now you can see at higher power these autonomic ganglion cells, and I have never seen such a case where it was so severely damaged and so severely affected by this inflammation of lymphocytes and macrophages occurring in here, but no inflammation in the central nervous system. What he did have was, and this is a picture of his brain, he does have one large plasma cell here and a slight increase in microglial cells. And so the best, I keep saying that, in each case we see, we get a little bit better at seeing them. Extremely good spirochetes in the middle of these inflammatory cells in the brain. And this one here. Here's a tangle of relevant mercury occurring here. So we didn't see these in the ganglion that show the inflammation, but upstream in the brain were the cells just happy as larks in the frontal cortex. Now, I'm going to shift to the skin so that I don't chew up the... Oh gosh, it's only 10 after 2. Shows you what you can do in the shaky starts. This is the histology of the rash. This is the histology of erythema migrans. Now, it's important because, in fact, I think there's something very important going on in the erythema rash phase. I used to pay a lot of it, and I still do, pay a lot of attention to plasma cells occurring around the capillaries. And I can show you lots of photographs of spirochetes at this stage, and I'll end the talk by doing just that. The importance is these epidermal cells during the rash phase. The epidermal cell, which is up here where the light is, epidermal cells do a lot more than keep certain things in the environment from getting inside us. It keeps us from melting. If we didn't have epidermal cells and collagen, we'd actually be floating around on a rug like amoeba. And it's this structure that keeps our body in normal physiological balance. The keratinocyte, or the epidermal squamous cell, does a heck of a lot more than that. It's involved intimately with immune responses. It also makes a preparation called prostaglandin E2 or PG2, which is also, as it turns out, a trigger of TGF-beta, and it's also a trigger of immune suppression. Now, I would suggest that that's just the opposite of what we'd like to have happen during the rash phase. And the Stony Brook group has shown that the prostaglandin is made in large amounts during erythema migrans. And that's the last thing we would want. We wouldn't want that preparation there. What we want is these immune cells to do their work right away on the spot, on site. They're there. They got there. Now their job is to process that antigen and effect immune neutralization, but they don't do it that well in some people. Now this is from Alan Steer's practice, and this is a classic erythema migrans, except the center is a little bit darker and bluer in color, and it's these that we think have a different behavior histologically. This is, I know this looks like Dr. Masters' cases from Missouri, but it's not. This was one of our Army people who came out to watch us trap animals in Wisconsin a number of years ago when we did that for the Army. And he, at that time, he was a colonel and I was a light colonel, and I said, "Sir, we don't think you should be coming out here wearing these low quarter shoes. You should have BDUs and boots laced up to the top like we got." And he said, "No problem, Lieutenant Colonel." He said, and so he went around, and then 4 days later, we pulled the pick out here, and he had this peculiar rash. I didn't think that was erythema migrans, but he came down with a whopping encephalitis, but he's better now. Anyway, what we see here is not classic erythema migrans, there's something else going on pathologically. And this is what it is. We're seeing vasculitis at that stage. So some erythema migrans, some skin lesions actually show vascular changes with the inflammation directed at and around the vessels out of proportion to what the clinical lesion would suggest they should be like. And here's a close-up view to show that. The other interesting thing that we have found in the last year or so is that the fibroblasts, which makes the collagen of the skin, are both Phi-1 negative and Phi-1 positive cells. Now, that's a subject of a lot more discussion, but these cells can be driven by IL-4 receptor activation directed by the B cells to produce collagen. Now, if they produce collagen, and if this doesn't shut off, if IL-4 is not shut off on the fibroblasts, that is, if the B cells don't stop directing it to do that, we could end up with more collagen than we would like. And this is what happens. Now, the epidermis is up on the top of the screen here, but this is way too much collagen. We call that scleroderma or scleroderma-like morphiform areas. There's a lot of controversy about this in literature. We're working with the Europeans very intensely on this. We're seeing it mostly in Europe than we see here, but I think it's because they do more biopsies than we do here. And we'll expand this a little bit more on this work in Washington at a poster session. And this is what's causing that, we think, really good droping, because it's a stain of that from that particular case. So now we think we have it, not only do we think that it's doing it in some patients, but we think we have a postulated mechanism. I think I'm going to skip this in view of the time. This is an example of regular droping in the skin surrounded by inflammation. You can see that they do like collagen. I don't say like it, but we find them there. This is another example of capillaritis, or a vascular change, and at high power, I think even the most skeptic would be convinced that there is truly a lymphocytic vasculitis. It's transient. It's not the systemic vasculitis that internists worry about. This is not associated with renal disease. It's strictly a localized phenomenon, but but there's meaning here. Here's another patient with just such an effect of vasculopathy. Now, the structures we see for other derivative, we can stain them with monospecific polyclonal antibodies directed against the protein and prove that they're there. This is a very interesting case. This is a woman from New York City who, maybe I should go that back. This was biopsied off her shoulder. It was thought to be lupus, and indeed, histologically, it looks like lupus. But we knew what her history was, which was tick bites, and so we found really rhodopsin, and they responded. I know this is, I just want to finish on time. They reacted with the polyclonal antibodies. Now, we did a study with many people, some of whom are in the audience and others. of the effects of vasculitis and what the proteins were like by Western blot, and found, could you please show them that? We found that these protein bands showed up on Western blot in a cluster of about 15 patients, both from Europe as well as here. We found OSB and OSB, of course, as you might expect, a little better. We think it's Lyme disease. And we found 39 in a number. We found these other proteins as well. So this is kind of an interesting association. I think I'll skip that. It just talks about this. I think we're very close to the end. We started recently in the last year and a half. This is in press now, I hope. You never know. Of looking at adhesion molecules in the vessels and in the epidermis, and find that ELAM and VONCAM and ICAM are expressed in the infection in the skin. And what this is doing is pretty much telling us that cytokines are extremely intimately tied to this infection, both in successfully usurped infections by the immune system as well as those that maybe don't do such a good job. So, let's see, I'm running out of time. All right, so this just pretty much summarizes what I've said to you. And I want to show just one or two of these spirochetes that we're seeing from Dr. Masters' practice. He's shown a couple of them already. We don't know what it is, but we certainly get in to see. There's one. That's what I would call a convincing, brilliant spirochete in skin in these patients. So I think, in summary, there's another one. We go on with that. In summary, it appears that the infection does get a hold in certain conditions in the CNS, that is, the central nervous system. It definitely imparts serious tissue damage to nerve conducting specialized structures such as the ganglion. Of course, that would count for Bell's palsy and a lot of other neurologic syndrome. A concern to me is the fact that it rarely gets in the brain and doesn't mount an immune response there. But remember, the brain is not supposed to mount a very big immune response. It doesn't have lymphatic drainage. It doesn't communicate with the peripheral nervous system. Proteins in the brain can be demonstrated at the molecular level in the spleen and then the draining lymph nodes. So we know that proteins in the spinal fluid, that is exogenous proteins, protein antigens, are processed in the spleen. So it's not the total brain barrier that we see in other conditions. So there's a lot of work left to be done. So I think even 5 years ago I thought that this was a very classic spirochetal illness. I think there's much more work to be done, and I'm hoping that more immunologists will actually join this expanding society. Thanks for your attention. Here's your machinery back. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm gonna take a chance here. Maybe we might want to just stand in place a little bit and stretch. A little tough to close the frame. Okay, can I have your attention? Let me see. The next speaker comes from places been very supportive of us. It's the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station. Without their support, our program here in Stamford would not have been where it is now. They've been very good in technical support in providing us not only with the educational material, but allowing us to participate in some of their experiments. Dr. Louis Margarelli received his bachelor's degree from New York State University and a master's degree in the University of Michigan. He received a PhD in medical entomology from Cornell University. He is the vice director of the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station. He's conducted is currently conducting research into immunologic responses in mammals to Lyme disease, and has done a lot of work in the epidemiology of Lyme disease, Rocky Mountain spider fevers, and other vector-borne diseases. He will be presenting the laboratory diagnostic issues in Lyme disease. Are you ready? Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today and to speak to you about such a controversial issue. Diagnostic testing questions surround specificity and sensitivity. I'm going to speak today about the antibody assays that are currently being used, the research that's underway to try to improve these techniques, and then very briefly, I'm going to get into polymerase chain reaction. I realize there are people that are going to follow me to talk about PCR or DNA detection, but I think different points of view should be expressed about these techniques, and at least you should have a feeling for some of the caution that some people may have regarding the use of these techniques. So if I can just start this on the right track, okay, great. I'm sure you've already heard, and we'll hear more later on about how Borrelia burgdorferi is an unusual pathogen. Just to highlight a few points here, human infection is definitely multi-systemic, as has been pointed out earlier. Biocatemia, the number of organisms found in blood, is extremely low, and this has made it very difficult for people to use standard staining techniques for trying to find these organisms. Unlike other borrelias, such as the relapsing fever spirochetes, Borrelia burgdorferi is quite difficult to find in tissues in the blood. So in a practical sense, it's difficult as a standard diagnostic procedure. One has to be very good at it. Also, on the same point, one can culture these organisms from the blood, cerebrospinal fluid, and skin biopsies. This has been done. It's really the best evidence, it's direct evidence of infection. You can isolate an organism from a patient or from a tick or from a wild animal. However, the culturing techniques that are used, they're still generally low yielding, and they can be very expensive. And it's time consuming. So there's a turnaround time here that has to be considered for diagnostic work. It may take weeks for someone to draw out an organism from tissue. However, there have been some publications recently that skin biopsies, some people are quite successful at isolating these organisms from skin biopsy tissue. So there's some hope here in that area that there will be some improvement. The host immune response is variable. And what I mean by that is some people will produce antibodies against this organism readily within a period of about 3 or 4 weeks. And other people are just slower at it. And this could be due to a delayed immune response, such as the B lymphocytes not being stimulated properly by the helper T cells. There is a paper in the literature by Moffitt and co-workers out of Yale that was published years ago, where they do have evidence of suppressive T cell activity during early stages of Lyme disease infection. So this can cause some trouble, as I'll express later on. The clinical presentation is also unpredictable. Sometimes you have the expanding skin lesions, other times you don't. And I sympathize or empathize with physicians who have cases that are not quite clear clinically, and they have to turn to a diagnostic assay for help. And in some cases they get that help from the diagnostic test, in other cases the results are inconclusive. So this becomes a huge problem for everyone. I can add on here one more point, and that is you've already heard, I'm sure, that treatment itself can be sometimes difficult and unpredictable. Well, the workhorse for antibody testing is the enzyme-linked assay. Here you see a plate with wells with green color in it. I've been using a Portuguese peroxidase label enzyme. I prefer that over the alkaline phosphatase enzyme because you don't run into problems with false positives due to alkaline phosphatase. This enzyme can be present in patients that have liver disorders, and if you have an elevated concentration of alkaline phosphatase, someone's not careful in running these assays, you can have false positives. So I always turn to the phosphatase label enzyme, which is a plant-derived enzyme, and you eliminate that problem. Also, you have more reactivity to set up a more reasonable cutoff level. This is an opinion of mine. Most people use alkaline phosphatase, but here you see a plate where you have varying degrees of green intensity, indicating different concentrations of antibodies in those wells. We routinely test different dilutions of serum, beginning at 1 to 160. And more importantly, there should be an alternating well, the rows here, control, where you don't have antigen coded to the plastic. It's very important to monitor background readings every day on every plate with every serum sample to make sure that you're not getting an elevated background reading and thereby having unduly large optical density readings. It's a workhorse. The indirect fluorescent antibody staining methods are still being used by people. However, that's so labor intensive, I cannot imagine anyone relying on that if they have more than 50 or 60 serum samples a week coming into the lab for analysis. It just takes too much time. They're good techniques, but this being automated is being preferred by most people these days. Well, one of the problem areas is the negatives. Why are they negative? And in some cases, people can have the clinical signs and symptoms of Lyme disease. It can be almost a sure thing. And then when they call for the antibody test to back it up, you get the result back and they're negative. Well, there's several reasons. If the blood samples are collected too soon, and in my opinion, if you're collected within 3 weeks after onset of illness, that's too soon. There really, at that point, is not usually a high enough concentration of antibodies to be detected by these procedures, by these normal standard procedures that are being used by people. So when is the best time to collect those samples? Well, I think the first sample can be collected if you can predict the duration. If you know somewhat about the duration, you can go back. About 4 or 6 weeks after onset of illness, there should be a detectable level of IgM antibody there. At about 6 weeks, there's a switchover from the IgM to the IgG antibody class group. And that IgG antibody rises to high concentrations and can persist for months or even years. So the further on into this disease that people get, my experience has been that these antibody tests get better at picking up these antibodies. However, the literature, if you read the literature, there are still some cases of people in late disease where you have not had confirmation by the antibody test. So there's still some negatives that crop up even during late disease. Now, this could be because of delayed immune response in people. There could be an immunosuppression factor causing this. I think it does occur in some cases. It may take longer for people to build their antibody levels up. You must also recognize that there are tests out there that have low assay sensitivity. Some are better than others, and they're not standardized. From laboratory to laboratory, these tests are not on the same wavelength. It's variability in the results that are being obtained, and probably even in the technical expertise people utilize in these tests. The fifth point that's not on here, well, maybe the person does not have Lyme disease. You don't have a good clinical picture, you're not getting the serologic backup, well, maybe that just means something else. So there are a lot of reasons for these negatives. So what can we do to improve this? Well, technically, we've tried using biostimulant antibody to amplify this test. We've had some success, but in general, in my experience, it has not really improved the test all that much for early detection by using these amplified procedures. I often come to the conclusion that it's not really the test fault, it's just that there are no antibodies that can be picked up for one reason or another. And this is a very important research question that has to be answered. If a person does have Lyme disease and there's no antibody there, then what is causing that phenomenon? about cross-reactivity, false positives. Certainly, if one were to take a serum sample from a person who had tick-borne relaxing fever from Nevada or Northern California, that serum sample, if coded, and you didn't know what the history was behind it, that serum sample would react strongly to test for Lyme disease. So this isn't a problem in most areas of this country. In the East, we don't have tick-borne relaxing fever. At least we haven't found it yet. So it's not a problem here geographically. Also, a person that had a tick-borne relaxing fever, well, there are so many spirochetes in the blood that by using the right stain and simple microscopic examination, you can separate relaxing fever from Lyme disease infection. The treponema, there are also false positives due to this. I mean, we knew this a long time ago. If a person had antibodies against treponema pallidum, a syphilis agent, that those antibodies would cross-react and test for Lyme disease. It's well known. Some people use the writer's sorbent to eliminate these cross-reactive antibodies, and with some success they can clean the test up. Clinically, it can usually be separated. Also, if one had to rely on more serology tests, they could run a VDRL, which would separate the syphilis from Lyme disease infection. As far as I know, the Lyme disease positive serum samples do not react in the VDRL. The leptospira, another group of spirochetes out there. There are many serobars that belong to the leptospira termians group. In my experience and many other person's experience running these tests, that does not appear to be a problem here in terms of cross-reactivity. It's reported in the literature that you can have false positives, but I haven't seen it. And I suspect that there could be a problem here in the cutoff levels that were set for these tests in the beginning. If they're not set properly, you can have false positives. But in my experience, I don't see a problem with leptospira. Also in the literature, there are reports of false positives, people that have anti-nuclear antibodies with systemic lupus. Other people have rheumatoid factor IgM antibodies for reacting falsely to Lyme disease tests. I think basically what's happening here is there's a series of proteins in the 60,000 kilodalton range associated with the organism. These are called heat shock proteins. And these antibodies seem to be reacting to these heat shock proteins in Western blot analyses. There are other assays that can be used to separate these diseases from Lyme disease. We've been interested in other problems with treponins. There are some oral treponins that live in gum tissue. And people can have periodontitis or acute necrotitis and ulcerative gingivitis. And with that diseased tissue, you can have a bloom of these oral treponins. The first three that are on that list here are organisms that are isolated from plaque tissue, from human oral cavities. And we have found that in some people that have these diseases, you can have an elevated level of treponema antibody, and that antibody can react in the test for Lyme disease. Now, clinically, you can separate a patient that has periodontitis. My dentist tells me that people over 40 years old, many of us have these little pockets of periodontal infections, and we don't know we really have them. But I don't think we're really talking about that condition for causing a false positive. I think we're really referring to advanced stages of gum infection. And under those conditions, there will be a high enough concentration of antibodies to cause a false positive. I don't think it's a major problem really in most assays because once again, if those cutoff levels were set right in the beginning, where you really determine a positive by using statistical analyses, you're actually analyzing a large number of serum from the normal population. When you do this, you spend a lot of time on doing that, you will arrive at a proper cutoff level which will eliminate many of these problems. And I wonder how many assays are out there where they have been developed and maybe not enough time was spent in that initial stage of finding those cutoff levels. I mean, this could be a problem for some of these test results that are coming back with false positive results. Well, we've been working on another aspect, and the people at Yale have produced a piece of the flagellum. The flagellum is a part of the organism. It's a highly immunodominant antigen. It also happens to be a highly cross-reactive antigen. But in the immunobiology group at Yale, they have found a piece, a sequence of that polypeptide, which seems to be highly specific. And we've been testing that in our assays, both with the normal procedure and also with the bioaccumulated amplification procedure. To make a long story short, we seem to be maintaining our sensitivity of the assay, and we have cleaned up a lot of the false positives due to the treponema problem. We haven't eliminated it, but we have greatly reduced the number of false positives. I think in time, what we're really going to have is a cocktail of antigens being put into these assays. These are purified proteins that are highly immunogenic. We'll take out all of the, I'll say, non-important proteins, which are now in there. I mean, we use a wholesale like what's now in the test. We have a lot of non-important proteins that are binding to plastic. And you don't optimize the antibody-antigen reaction. In theory, if we can find the key list of proteins that are immunogenic and use those as antigens, we will improve this assay, at least improve the sensitivity. So I think this is the direction where research is headed in right now to improve these tests. Okay, I got a problem. I think I caught it. No? I didn't catch Paul's bug. I was a little worried that I was going to catch a bug up here. You probably heard about Catcher IgM ELISA. Catcher IgM ELISA does improve sensitivity, but the word of caution here is that you can also have more false positives. And depending upon who's running these analyses, you have to be careful with this assay as well. Western blot analysis is very important, I think, as a backup procedure to ELISA. If the ELISA results are negative and one wants to perform another analysis to see the banding patterns, and which proteins are being reacted upon by the antibodies, these can be helpful. However, it's not a gold standard. During early Lyme disease, you can have inconclusive laboratory results with the Western blot analysis as well. This is taken from the literature, and there are a number of important proteins that are recognized immunologically in Western blot analyses. Very quickly, I'll just tell you that the 31 and 34 are important. 31 is specific for biliary Dwarf-Rhine. The 39 seems to be important. There's a lot of enthusiasm over that. I think in time that may play an important role in diagnostic assays. The 41 is important because it's recognized early. But the word of caution here again is that this is cross-reactive with treponema antibodies. Show a zero conversion change from negative to positive status. Monitoring antibody titers with antibiotic treatment, I think you're not going to learn much from that because it takes several weeks for changes in antibody titers to occur, and you may not see that drop in concentration of antibody in the treatment. There's a case for running particular assays for IgM antibody and also for IgG antibody. I think it's important to be able to separate these and determine their concentrations. And I'm a strong proponent of the use of antibody assays for confirming infection and also for providing clues of infection. And they do have a useful purpose in the diagnostic process, despite the limitations that they have. Antigen detection is a very important area. We need to find a method of detecting the organism itself outside of the culturing procedure. And the method is being pursued as polymerase chain reaction, where the DNA is being replicated, and then with a molecular probe, they can determine that the DNA of the spark is indeed present. This all sounds good. It's working out really well for ticks and some preliminary work with skin biopsy tissues, but there are some problems. There are false positives and there are false negatives in PCR analysis. There are other limitations. It's expensive to run. It's not an easy technique. Not everyone is going to be able to perform this procedure. It's not going to be available to wide group of people. You're not going to have the choice of tests that you have now. Maybe that's a good thing if there's more control over PCR and who's putting it out. You have to worry about contamination. You can have, very easily, you can contaminate a laboratory and have false positives as a result of that. The diagnostic priorities are, if you can, put the clinical data first, rely on the epidemiological findings, where do people live, if they've been bitten by ticks, what's the history of Lyme disease on that street or in that area, you got to rely on that information. And the third parameter would be the serologic test results. You're going to get in trouble if you put number 3 in the number 1 slot at this point. So in conclusion, I'll just say that, well, here's one more slide here. Just very quickly, there are other tick-associated diseases out there, and serologically and clinically they can be separated from one another. We're all here today talking about Lyme disease, but you also have to worry about some of these others. Ehrlichiosis is an emergent problem. Rhabdomyolysis spotted fever is around. It's a rare disease. Babesiosis is another concern. You have to look for other possibilities. Certainly Lyme disease is most prevalent on this list, but serologically they can be separated. The last word that I have is, although it may not be glamorous to do research on the diagnostic tests and trying to improve them, there are a number of people, including myself, that have a commitment to trying to make these tests better. And I think in time, I'm always optimistic about this. I think in time that we will have a more serious test. Thank you very much.
I want to thank John Anderson from the director of the Ag Station for his support. Dr. David Persing is a PhD in biochemistry and biophysics at the University of California. Received a MD degree at the University of California in San Francisco. He worked at the University of California and Yale and is president of the Mayo Foundation. Medical research includes molecular biology of nucleic acid and polymerase chain reaction techniques. He will be discussing the use of PCR for molecular diagnosis and monitoring for Borrelia.
Thank you. In many ways, the application of molecular diagnostic techniques to any infectious disease can be seen as a giant step backwards. In fact, it is a giant step backwards when you look at the size of the molecule that we're detecting, the size of the relative size of the organism or property that we're detecting. In many virology laboratories, we still use the cytopathic effect on the cell monolayer as the diagnostic hallmark of viral infection instead of the presence of the virus itself. And now the virion is being looked at by physical methods, by antibodies against proteins within the structure of the particle, by anti-idiotype monoclonal antibodies, or even more specific antibodies, polyclonal antibodies, to look at particular polypeptide sequences. And now with molecular diagnostics, we are focusing on the nucleic acids that give rise to those gene products, the RNA and the DNA within the organism itself. The sensitivity of conventional DNA and RNA probes is approximately 10 to the third, 10 to the fourth copies of a nucleic acid sequence. And that's using the very most sensitive isotopic labeling techniques that we can currently employ in the laboratory. Using non-isotopic techniques, sensitivity is about an order of magnitude less. And of course, sensitivity in practical terms means very little when you consider the fact that some organisms may have many thousands of copies of a target sequence per organism. And therefore, one may be able to obtain single organism sensitivity if one has a sensitive enough probe, even though that probe is not capable of detecting a single molecule. So why amplify? Well, amplification methods are necessary for infectious diseases in which the inciting agent is present in very small numbers. One example of that we're all familiar with is in the presence of immunodeficiency virus, HIV. HIV is capable of driving devastating disease in very small numbers present in the body. And conventional techniques for detection of HIV have not been successful. Therefore, the polymerase chain reaction has been employed to amplify very small numbers of nucleic acids present within the virus to diagnose it. PCR is probably going to be the method of choice for directly identifying HIV in situations in which antibody testing is not helpful. Conventional probes are still tedious and difficult to automate. Now, that's not to say that PCR itself is now tedious and difficult to automate, because it is. But someday we expect that the PCR and processes like it will become automated because of their nature. They're essentially enzymatic processes, and examples of automation of enzymatic processes are now present in many of our clinical laboratories. And furthermore, most conventional probes need P32 for maximal sensitivity. This is an isotope that's incorporated into the nucleic acid for sensitivity and for detection purposes. And we'd like to get away from that if we can, because there are exposure hazards to radioisotopes, and furthermore, we have to resynthesize the probes on a regular basis because the P32 breaks down very rapidly. There are many different amplification methods now. There are different kinds of amplification techniques. There are what I call target amplification techniques, including polymerase chain reaction and transcript amplification, or 3SR, self-sustaining sequence replication. There are probe amplification techniques, such as the Q-beta replicase reaction and the recently described ligase chain reaction. And there are signal amplification techniques which generate more signal from a given amount of probe. And these are now being employed in some clinical laboratories. The basic principle behind the polymerase chain reaction is that one carries out successive rounds of in vitro oligonucleotide-directed DNA synthesis, in which primers for that synthesis are pointed towards each other. And I'll show a schematic diagram of that in a moment, which gives duplication of the target sequence in a single round. And then, of course, when you double something, it becomes quadrupled on the next round of doubling, and so forth. And very quickly, within about 30 cycles of amplification, one can accomplish million-fold amplification of a target sequence. This is a diagram of how PCR is used on infectious agents. The agent itself is light broken open. Somehow the DNA is accessed from the organism. And a target gene is identified within the nucleic acid of that organism. The target gene needs to be a specific signature sequence that can be used to serve as a de facto indicator of the presence of the organism itself. And this target gene is the optimization of this sequence, and its evaluation is very important for establishing the utility of any PCR-based assay. And we have a total of seven different targets that we have applied throughout the genome of the organism and looked at sensitivities and specificities of these various different targets. In the process of amplification, amplified copies are made of this target gene. And these are essentially unit-length small molecules that represent, usually it's a pretty small section, represent a couple hundred bases of DNA or RNA. And then these amplified copies are electrophoresed through a gel, and they are separated according to size. This is the positive electrode down here, the negative electrode. Because DNA has a negative backbone charge, it runs toward the positive, and smaller molecules are separated by running faster toward the beginning of the gel, toward the bottom of the gel. Now, this is an artist's conception of PCR. Some of you may have seen it before. This is the cell and the DNA from RNA, DNA in this case, uncoiling from the cell. The DNA strands are being separated and amplified. You can see that after one round of PCR, there are 2 copies. Now there are 4 copies, then 8, 16, 32. And eventually, the whole world becomes filled with amplified DNA. You can see that the event horizon out here, with the entire world being filled with amplified DNA. This is the major problem with PCR, and the reason why it has not surfaced as a routine diagnostic test more rapidly since its moonlit conception some 8 years ago. PCR has a big problem. Fortunately, there are methods that are now being developed to defeat this problem. Each copy of amplified DNA is called an amplicon. And amplicons by nature are proven substrates for further amplification. If these amplified copies get out into one's laboratory and contaminate work surfaces, buffers, solutions, air circulation systems, human hair, skin, gloves, etc., a single copy may make its way back into one's tube and produce false positive reaction. And so false positivity, I believe, is the major problem with applying PCR. And we spent the first 6 months of my work at the Mayo Clinic were devoted to evaluating and establishing amplicon sterilization and inactivation techniques so that we would not have a problem with false positives in the future. In fact, it's been said, this was last year's movie, but now with sterilization techniques, I suppose you could call it silence of the amplicon. There are many solutions for avoiding amplicon contamination. Well, you could move. I moved from Yale to the Mayo Clinic. You can relocate your laboratory. My tech went with me. You can choose a new target sequence for your test organism. This is what many laboratories do. In a research mode, will be developing a target for a given organism. They'll amplify it until they start to see false positives, and then they'll move on to a new gene or a new segment, different segments of the same gene, and start all over again. Now this is great if you're a research lab and you have the capability to just drop everything and then restart and re-optimize and retest for sensitivity and specificity. But if you're a diagnostic laboratory, you want to be able to offer this test reliably and on a routine basis. This represents a major obstacle to performing the test. Or you can adopt contamination control practices, and or you can do any number of combinations of these things. And in fact, that's what we have done. This issue has gotten a lot of press, and certainly researchers in this area are very aware of it. Now, one can employ general laboratory, good laboratory techniques, specimen handling techniques. This is an extremely important aspect of doing any PCR-based study. Specimen handling, up until recently, has not been done with the sensitivity of PCR in mind. Think of all the clinical laboratories that have accessioned cerebrospinal fluids into laminar flow hoods that have also been used to passage and conjugate spirochetes for use in developing spirochetal antigens for antibody testing. CSF specimens are very commonly handled in immunology laboratories and then may be stored. If these specimens are subject to PCR analysis, they may give rise to false positives because of contamination with Borrelia DNA that's been around in the laboratory for many years. And so, at a point that I'll make a little bit later, most of our efforts in the determination of the value of PCR are focused on prospective studies in which we are collecting and aliquoting and processing specimens in a way that we know is not going to introduce contaminated nucleic acids. One can also use UV light and 2 different sterilization protocols. Now there are 4 different sterilization protocols, and we've evaluated 3 of them. I would like to show a few experiments in that regard in just a moment. The nucleic acid amplification technology, there's one more that needs to be added now in 1992. It's called the strand displacement amplification system, being touted by Beck and Dickinson. And there are a lot of different amplification technologies. I would say that how well they address the issue of false positives is going to determine how successful they are in the arena of molecular diagnostics. Different ways to deal with these false positives are shown here. One can implement a pre-PCR sterilization protocol or a post-PCR or post-amplification sterilization protocol. We commonly employ elements of both in our systems. We employ a prophylactic measure in which we selectively degrade contaminating nucleic acid sequences if they are present. But we also hope to avoid any contamination with nucleic acid sequences from previous amplifications by employing a post-PCR sterilization method which uses an isosorolin compound. This is the principle behind using isosorolin compound is that one puts these compounds into a PCR reaction before one starts the amplification. Then amplification ensues in the presence of these isosorolins which don't affect the amplification or the sensitivity of the reaction. But before the tubes are opened, after those millions of copies of amplified DNA are accumulated in the tube, before the tubes are opened, these tubes are exposed to UV light. And the UV light cross-links the DNA backbone so that it becomes inactive for further amplification. Then one can open the tubes and perform the analysis that one would like to perform for the presence of the amplified nucleic acid. This is an example of what happens when we use these isosorolins. This is amplified DNA, which is being exposed to various concentrations of isosorolins. And there are various effects that one can see by virtue of isosorolin attachment. One sees an increase in the molecular weight of the amplified sequence. You can see it going from low to high here. And one also sees a slightly lower hybridization efficiency with high isosorolin concentration. So we usually pick a value which is somewhere in the middle here, which doesn't affect sensitivity, but does very effectively eliminate reamplifiability of the DNA. Here's a dilution series of intentionally contaminated PCR reactions, contaminated with as many as 10 to the 9th copies of previously amplified DNA. You can see that we reamplify all the way down to about a single copy. But when we treat with isosorolins here, we eliminate 10 to the 9th copies. And we now employ on a regular basis in the laboratory. There is a second system which we also use for some other microorganisms that we detect in the laboratory. The Borrelia genome is very AT-rich, and it is very easy to sterilize with isosorolin compound. But the other organisms have very GC-rich genomes and are not so easy to sterilize with isosorolin. And so for those organisms, we use a different system, which is enzymatically based. And this is an example of how effective this system is. It is also capable of sterilizing approximately 10 to the 8th copies. Now, what does this all mean for the diagnosis of Lyme disease? Well, we've gone through an incredible amount of work trying to establish quality control systems, sensitivities, specificities, and developing the playing ground for molecular diagnostics. This is the spirochete. We've developed many different genetic targets for the spirochete, some of which are listed here. We use 2 different targets within the outer surface protein gene. We use several different targets within the 16S ribosomal gene, and we use 2 different targets within the flagellin gene. We also use 1 random clone, which we have recently isolated. The sensitivity of these assays is extremely high and roughly comparable in cultured organisms. They're capable of detecting down to a single organism, more or less, in a evolution series. And we know that because when we take a evolution series that's supposed to have a single organism per tube in it, we of course don't see every tube positive. We see only about 40 to 60% of those tubes positive because of the Poisson distribution of spirochetes in that level, at that level of evolution. Now this is a 1946 penny showing 3 ticks in a staring contest with Abe Lincoln. You can see that this has some significance for us. We first applied these techniques to the detection of the spirochete within ticks, and we then applied it to the determining the possible antiquity of the organism itself by examining 1940 specimens of these ticks. And I saw Karen Forster in the hallway, and I had waffled about whether to talk about some of our further antiquity studies, but I will mention them here. We have gone back and into the Smithsonian archives and found over 5,000 old mouse specimens that the Smithsonian and the Harvard Museum of Comparative Zoology have been storing all these years. And this is an example of such a specimen. You can see the white cotton plugs where the eyeballs used to be. You can see the stick straight tail. This mouse can be picked up like a popsicle and picked up by this and manipulated. There are many of these specimens in museum collections. Now, knowing that this mouse may serve as a reservoir for Lyme disease, this is the white-footed mouse, we have gone back and analyzed over 150 specimens from the museum archives. And we have paid special attention to obtaining good control specimens. Again, the state of Montana comes up. Montana is the only state that registers no cases of Lyme disease, so we obtained many specimens from Montana to serve as negative control. And fortunately, none of them came up positive. But I can also say that very few of the other specimens from known endemic areas came up positive. We have now, this is an example of some of those positive specimens. These are 2 specimens from 1894 that were collected on Cape Cod in Massachusetts. These 2 specimens. Many other specimens from similar areas were negative. And we have now sequenced this gene and shown it to be identical to the predominant northeastern strain of Borrelia burgdorferi. We were hoping to see a little bit of genetic drift over 100 years' time, but in fact, it's a very highly conserved gene. We're also applying the polymerase chain reaction in practical sense now in some preliminary studies in specimens that are collected prospectively in ways that we know that they are clean. We've examined urines and other tissues from erythema migrans patients that were seen at an East Coast medical clinic. And a number of these patients were classified as disseminated at the time of their presentation. They were all treated with antibiotics on day 0. We collected serum and urine samples on days 0 through 180. And a number of the urine samples, as they were prepared, were positive from these erythema migrans patients. You can see here's an OSA amplification product present in many of the erythema migrans urine samples. A couple of those cases, one case was a 30-year-old man with a 2-day history of flu-like illness and a high fever. He had no history of tick exposure or previous Lyme disease. None of these patients had history of tick exposure. Not one. This man was well on day 8 after antibiotics, and his lesion resolved by 3-month visit. You can see his IgM went up very, very nicely and came down very nicely. When we looked at different PCR targets within his urine, we found consistent reactivity in 2 different targets within the same gene. But we have also found that the urine is extremely unreliable as a specimen because of the fact that there are degradative enzymes present in urine, and that after 3 or 4 free thawings of these urines, we lose PCR reactivity from known positive specimens. So much of our work has been focused on developing preservative systems for storing and transporting these methods so that we can analyze them without fear of loss of nucleic acid. I'm going to skip over this case. Another study has focused on patients with juvenile rheumatoid arthritis. We looked at 20 cases of juvenile rheumatoid arthritis from the St. Louis area, along with 6 specimens from a single patient with chronic Lyme arthritis. And you can see that all 20 of the JRA specimens are negative, and 6 out of 6 of the Lyme patient specimens are positive. This is before, during, and after 2 courses of IV ceftriaxone. And we're concerned that this patient never really got better, even the 2 courses of ceftriaxone. There are differences in reactivity between different targets that we use for PCR, and this is a reaction run with the flagellan gene primers against the same 6 synovial fluids you just saw, and you can see the reactivity is very weak. Now we found, based on some sequencing work that was done by Dr. Roger Pickens, we found some other primers that we might need from a more conserved area, and these are working much better. But still, we see a preferential reactivity with some of our targets over others for unexplained reasons. Now, I would just close with a discussion of CSF testing. It's very difficult to do CSF testing because of the fact that most of the CSFs on Lyme patients have been stored in people's freezers, and studies that have been done so far have not used prospectively collected specimens. They've all been retrospectively collected. I can just give you an example of retrospective versus prospective. These are all control specimens from the Mayo Clinic, 30 of them, all with viral or bacterial meningitis. These are positive controls. Only the positive controls are positive. These are specimens that we collected from a reference laboratory in the Northeast, provided to us indirectly by Dr. Stephen Luger. And you can see there are a number of positives in the seropositive patients. We were very suspicious because this level of reactivity represents a very large number of spirochetes that we wouldn't expect to see in the CSF. And so we sent back CSF to the laboratory that forwarded these samples to us. We sent them negative CSFs and asked them to handle them for us, package them and repackage them and send them back to us in the way that they normally handle their CSFs. And you can see that we acquired a false positive as a result of that maneuver. And I think that as a result of about 30 seconds worth of exposure to a contaminated laboratory, false positives were acquired. So we're now developing control populations from the Mayo Clinic. We have 1,000 consecutive CSF specimens collected representing various neurological diseases. We are developing prospective collections from Block Island, Rhode Island. We're studying 725 year-round residents in a 5-year prospective study. We find that, interestingly, 25 respondents to a clinical survey are asymptomatically seropositive, and another 20 or so respondents were symptomatic for Lyme disease but were seronegative. An application of PCR to these populations in prospective studies under carefully controlled conditions will be very valuable in helping us to interpret the diagnostic value of PCR. And I would just close by saying that PCR for detection of Borrelia burgdorferi is still unproven. The greatest challenges are still ahead. And I would encourage you to withhold judgment on the value of PCR until studies like this, other carefully controlled prospective studies are completed. And this looks like a lot of days. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we're taking a break and we'll be back here at 3:30. We want to keep this at we're getting into the cutting edge of our program here. We don't want it to be the ragged edge. The next series of speakers will be dealing with newer issues and discoveries and investigative findings. Dr. Thomas Swan received his bachelor's degree from Cal State University and a master's degree in ecology from Cal State, PhD in medical entomology from the University of California, Berkeley. He spent 3 years here in Connecticut as a postdoctoral fellow at Yale University, and he's the acting head of upper part of the Foreign Disease section of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases at Rocky Mountain Laboratories in Clay, New York. Discovered does not have Lyme disease, Montana. He's participated in over 50 studies on the plague, relapsing fever, and Lyme disease. He will be talking about the new diagnostic test on the horizon. Dr. Swan.
Thank you, Dr. McBride. This is kind of a rough time to talk, right? Coffee break, mid-afternoon, but I'll try to keep my attention as they file in. It's sort of weird when I worked at Yale, not too far from Lyme, Connecticut. I didn't work on Borrelia. I worked on a virus that belonged in California. Now I've gone to Montana, and I work on a bacterium that doesn't occur there. It occurs in Connecticut. I'd like to thank the Foundation and Julie Rawlings and Karen Forstner, especially for the invitation and support to come here today. And the work that I will get to in a few minutes has involved a series of collaborators, most of which work with me at Rocky Mountain Laboratory. And these include Dr. Willie Bergdorfer, you've already met, Warren Simpson, who was with me for 2 years and is back in New Zealand in medical school. Ken Gage is a postdoctoral fellow with me currently, and then 2 technicians, Mary Schrumpf and Robert Carson. And so we've got a good group there, and they help me a lot. And it's also a chance this afternoon to thank the people in the audience who helped provide materials for a lot of our work. Because we don't have Lyme disease in Montana, we can't go outside and get the spirochete. So we're sort of at the mercy of friendly people out there, our colleagues. And these include people like Russ Johnson and John Anderson, Julie Rawlings, Paul Harray, Paul LeBoy, Bob Lane, Alan McDonald. And most of those people are actually at this meeting, so it's nice to be able to thank them for their help. So if we could have the lights, please, down. This is a cartoon by Ann Nashel. It says, there are 3 reasons why people with Lyme disease do not respond to antibiotic therapy. And one of them is the diagnosis is wrong. And this is something that Lou Mangarelli mentioned earlier in his presentation. It's the topic of what we've been actively investigating in our laboratory out of Rocky Mountain Laboratory. We're not a clinical center. I'm a medical entomologist, but what we're doing is really trying to improve on the serological tests that would become available to help sort out the problem with what is and what is not Lyme disease. And that's what I'm going to be trying to talk a little bit about today. And some of these things have been already mentioned earlier today, but I want to go through this list very quickly because it kind of sums up most of the ways that we could help confirm clinical diagnosis of Lyme disease. And starting at the top, isolation with spirochete, which we've heard mentioned. It doesn't happen very often. Bernie Berger isn't very good at being able to get the spirochete out. I mean, this is what we like in all cases, to be able to actually isolate the organism and say, yes, this person that we think has Lyme disease carries the appropriate bacterium. But in most situations, it's not practical. Paul Harray discussed the problems of detecting the spirochete by staining. Xenodiagnosis is something which is sort of a far-out concept for Lyme disease. And I should say right now that anything I say today is my own responsibility, not the foundation. So I'll talk about xenodiagnosis as sort of a fun thing in a minute. We've already discussed earlier detection of spirochetal antigens. In our laboratory, we've tried to develop some DNA hybridization probes, but as David Persing mentioned, these probes that have been developed just aren't very sensitive. You need 10,000 organisms maybe to actually get a positive signal with a specific piece of DNA, and that just doesn't cut it when we know that the spirochete is as rare as it is in clinical tissues. And then we've already heard quite a bit about the polymerase chain reaction. On the other side of the coin then would be, rather than direct detection of the organism from part of it, would be to detect antibodies that have been developed in response to the infection that are truly specific to early rhodophyte and would not react with anything else. And what I'm going to do now is concentrate, though, on a few of these areas. Lou Mangarelli has discussed the IFA and enzyme-linked absorbent assay. Western blots, I'll show some Western blots in a little while, and I'll apologize now. They're not a real big hit at these kinds of meetings, but we spent a lot of time in the lab using that technique to try to identify specific antigens, and so you're going to have to look at a few Western blots that you met. Some people have published on microglutination and complex fixation, and then assays using purified antigens, and there are commercial kits available in this regard where people have actually purified from whole early regorgerized cells flagellin, the protein that makes up the axial filaments that makes this bug move, and use that as an antigen in a serological test. And what I'm going to get to in a few minutes is the possibility of using recombinant DNA techniques to clone and express specific immunogenic antigens of Lyme spirochete free of all this crud that's there to just make the matters worse. Just for a little fun, xenodiagnosis. Xenodiagnosis hasn't been tried, as far as I know, on human patients, but it certainly is used in the laboratory quite a bit to identify non-human animals that might be infected with a spirochete. And this is an old slide that demonstrates the technique. This is a person in Guatemala that is suspected of having river blindness. This is a microfilarial infection where very small worm-like organisms are in the skin. They're very hard to demonstrate in the skin, but they're very efficient at getting into black flies that feed on infected humans and are the vectors for Onchocerca volvulus, the causative agent of this disease. In this example, there's a man suspected of having a filarial infection, and he's sitting under a net with black flies. And these black flies are feeding on him, and after they feed on him, the investigator will examine the midguts of these flies to see if they actually acquired microfilaria while feeding on this individual. The technique has also been used to help confirm infections with Trypanosoma cruzi, the causative agent of American sleeping sickness. This is the disease that some people think that Darwin acquired during his cruise in the Beagle, and subsequently years later died of a chronic endocarditis. In his account, they actually described it as being bitten by these triatomine bugs that are the vectors of Chagas disease. Anyway, in Central and South America, xenodiagnosis has been used also to look for trypanosomes in the peripheral blood by allowing a blood-feeding arthropod to feed on the blood and then amplify the organism in its gut, and then the investigator can look at material in that bug. Xenodiagnosis has been used on Borrelia in the past. This is an old slide showing Dr. Gordon Davis on the right and his technician Tony Mavros during some of their early work in Rocky Mountain laboratories, where they're using xenodiagnosis to identify species of relapsing fever spirochete. Davis was instrumental, or the prime investigator, describing a species plurality and specificity for a type of relapsing fever spirochete that goes along with a particular species of soft tick. And one of the ways that they could identify, or would identify, relapsing fever spirochete would be take the blood of the human, infect it into mice, and then feed different species of mice on that mouse, and subsequently observe what species of tick actually transmitted it during a subsequent feeding. A xenodiagnostic technique to identify the species of Borrelia infecting humans. It's not a technique that most clinical laboratories can use. But it's kind of fun to think about having clean colony rarity Zodius damnline ticks to help us possibly at some time in the future identify a skin infection. All right, most of what I'm going to talk about now are the confirmations using various serological tests with an emphasis on using recombinant antigens. But a slight diversion again just for a moment. Bloodletting and blood collecting has been used for hundreds of years to try to sort out medical problems. And here's an old Dutch etching showing a cupping technique where these glass bulbs are put on this individual's head to remove blood to alleviate the headache. And here's another example of cupping where drawing blood out to alleviate some other type of pain. And the instruments that were used to collect blood, at least get the blood out, were actually quite almost disgusting. Here's two devices that I've been able to acquire. The one on the left is for veterinary bloodletting. It almost looks like a feeler gauge with many blades used to slice open the circulatory system to collect the blood. And the one on the right is a small spring lamp to collect blood from humans. But I believe that collecting blood now is the way to go for identifying cases of Lyme disease and confirming it in the laboratory. I've mentioned that the use of purified antigens. There's one other one that actually Lou didn't mention, where they previously fractionated the spirochete into different components and used those different fractionations to use them as an antigen in serological tests, and found that there were specific fractions that improved on the specificity of their ELISA testing. But at the bottom of the list says assays using recombinant antigens. Now, we're not the only laboratory taking this approach. I mean, there are many individuals and labs throughout North America and Europe that are trying this technique. We happen to focus in on one particular antigen, which we call P39 because of its size. Randall Fever from Davis has been working on a larger antigen. Bettina Wiska and her colleagues over in Europe have worked on a PC protein of a smaller molecular weight. Groups of Stony Brook have been involved with it. Lou Mangarelli discussed earlier the use of a truncated recombinant flagellum protein to improve on serological tests. But the whole goal here is to basically get what we want away from everything that we don't want, and to do that using a recombinant technology where we chop up the DNA of the Lyme spirochete and clone it into a very different type of bacterium, E. coli, and then look for the expression of individual proteins one by themselves, and then see which ones might be the best candidate because of their reactivity with immune serum for people who have had Lyme disease. So that's sort of the approach in a nutshell. Now, with the great assistance of Warren Simpson, when he was working with me, we were able to clone and express an antigen we call P39, and we've done quite a bit of work on this. Some of it's published, some of it's not yet. But this antigen has a size of 39,000 kilodaltons, and this is a Western blot showing the conservation of this antigen amongst various strains of Borrelia burgdorferi up here, but is absent in other species of Borrelia. Let me explain what we've got here. The two left lanes are Escherichia coli that have had cloned into it some of the Borrelia DNA, and it's expressing a protein right here, P39. In the next lane, we have an E. coli lysate with protein separated out by size first, where we don't have P39 expressed. This is our negative control. The rest of the lanes here, where we see a band, are lysates of different isolates of Borrelia burgdorferi. What we've done here then is disrupted these cells, separated out the proteins by size in electrophoresis gels, and transferred them onto a membrane, and reacted them all with an antibody that was raised to the left material in the left lane. So basically what we've done is we've immunized our rabbits to produce a variety of antibodies to E. coli, but also to our specific antigen, the P39 antigen present here. And when we screen these initial isolates, they all have it, but the other species of Borrelia do not. That was encouraging. At the time, we also took serum samples from humans that had had relaxing fever, and we took serum samples from people that had syphilis, and we found no cross-reactivity with their serum to the P39 antigen. So in our initial reports, we felt pretty confident that this antigen was specific. Because of invention reports and applications and on and FDA scrutiny, we were called one day and asked, well, what about leptospira, spotted fever, rickettsia? And Lou Mangarelli mentioned earlier about a certain level of cross-reactivity from people who have had spotted fever and leptospirosis, that those individuals may react falsely in a serological test for Lyme disease. Well, we hadn't considered that as a possibility in our initial work, but we hadn't looked at it. So the next couple of slides addresses that issue. This is a polyacrylamide gel stained with Commodity blue, showing a full cell lysate of a variety of things, including here's a Borrelia burgdorferi lane right here. Here's our P39 antigen with the arrow. Here's our E. coli positive and negatives in these two lanes. And these are a variety of lysates of leptospira and leptonema. So this just shows you what we were working with to then transfer onto a membrane and react with an antiserum. See, these other bugs made anything look like P39. And here's another Western blot where material on the previous slide was transferred onto a membrane and reacted with two different antibodies. And we visualized that reactivity, I should have said, using an I-125 labeled isotope to visualize this with film. Okay, on the left here, this whole panel has been blotted or reacted with our rabbit anti-P39 antiserum. And here's our P39 in our recombinant E. coli. And here's our P39 in Borrelia burgdorferi. And nothing in these lysates of these bacteria react with that antibody. In the panel to the right, we did the same thing, only we reacted with a monoclonal antibody that we've raised to P39. And you'll see that the only thing that this antibody reacts to is the P39 antigen and nothing else. Okay, so that helps us satisfy our concern about whether or not Leptospira was expressing the P39 antigen. We also wanted to know about spotted fever rickettsiae because, again, there have been some early reports about a low level of cross-reactivity, and this was thrown back in our faces during FDA approval. So what we did then was then take, in the last panel, another antibody test, Western blot, using a serum from a very chronic Lyme patient from eastern Long Island, and reacted it with 4 different things. Very reactive here with a variety of antigens of Berlivia and reacted with our E. coli recombinant expressing P39. This serum did not pick up anything in spotted fever rickettsiae or rickettsiae here. The right panel is one of many serum samples that we got from patients who had Rocky Mountain spotted fever. And what this right panel shows that this individual is demonstrated here had antibodies to different antigens of spotted fever rickettsiae, but did not react to anything in Rhodophyri or the recombinant. And we've done more extensive analyses like this. So I think we can say now that the P39 antigen is specific to Berlivia rhodophyri, and it's quite conserved amongst most of the isolates we've looked at. Now I want to address the issue of this antigen in relation to flagellin. I think that the approach that Lou mentioned earlier, taking specific truncated parts of flagellin is going to help. And I believe also that the ultimate test that's going to come is going to be a mixture of several of these recombinant antigens that are put together free of all the other crud that we've talked about. But there's been quite a bit of, in my opinion, confusion as to whether an antibody in a gel or a blot like this is actually to flagellin or to the P39 antigen. And I don't want to make this too complex, but I'll try to get through this easily enough. There's 4 groups of things that have been reacted with, and there's 3 different conditions. Here are recombinant expressing P39 here. I don't step on it, sorry. And we've got Berlivia rhodophyri here and Berlivia hermsii. Okay. Hold on here. Is that supposed to be? All right, let's just go over to the middle panel here. We've reacted this with 2 different antibodies. Monoclonal antibody to flagellin and monoclonal antibody to the P39 antigen. And you can see that in Berlivia hermsii, we picked up the flagellin with that antibody. With the P39 antibody, we picked up that antigen, and with the flagellin antibody, we picked it up in Rhodophyri. You can see it doubled here. And over here is just with the flagellin antibody. You can see there's a slight difference in size. Rather than going into that in any more detail, the point is that a lot of people, I believe, have been looking at Western blots and misidentifying a band in a Western blot as being to flagellin rather than P39. Okay, with Willie Bergdorfer's help, we've infected mice by tick bite, infected them with the spirochete, and this is a series of blots just showing that days after the ticks came off the infected animal, we could look at serum in those mice and begin to detect antibodies to the P39 antigen within about a week after the ticks came off. So the antibody develops pretty quickly. Okay. With prolonged series of bleeds, we can find antibody developing to flagellin. So here is days after exposure, ticks coming off. Here's antibody with P39. But then with later subsequent bleeds, we can see a doublet forming here where antibody is forming to flagellin. Okay, this is a series of blots where we use human serum. And I think I'll just drop this. This gets a little complicated, but this is a panel looking at basically 10 different human samples, all from Long Island, looking for antibody to P39. And the way we test this is every serum sample is tested for the lysate of Lyme spirochete, a lysate of a recombinant that expresses only the P39, and then a negative control E. coli that doesn't express it. And we put those lined up side by side and react them to the same serum. And in this way, it allows us to screen and identify samples for having antibody to the P39 antigen. Just a couple of things we've been doing now is screening isolates to see how broadly conserved is this antigen. And we've now looked at about close to 80 isolates from both throughout Eurasia and North America. And every isolate we've looked at but one has P39 antigen. So we're quite convinced that it's quite conserved and should be of value both in Europe as well as North America. This shows a panel of a variety of strains identified across the top. These are all early rhodophyri, showing protein profiles, and the 39 Philadelphia antigen would be somewhere up in here. When we take those isolates and react them to an antibody, again you can see that most of them have antibodies, some have doublets. They get into the genetic nature of this antigen. But you'll see there's one because IP90, which is from a tick from eastern Siberia. It's the only isolate that we've looked at now over about 3 years that of the spirochetes we cannot find expression of this antigen. When we look at these strains with our monoclonal antibodies, we also notice that the reactivity is much reduced. And actually what happens is that the reactivity of our monoclonal rates of this antigen falls out with groupings that other people have used to identify genomic groups and subtypes of Lyme disease spirochetes. So that in this panel, the only one over here that the monoclonal reacts with is the 2004 that we got from John Anderson, which is actually a North American type isolate of Burgdorferi, even though it came from Europe. So we're doing a lot of analysis and strains to try to make sure that we have our own confidence that this antigen is going to be useful on a large scale for serodiagnosis. I'll just finish off with a comment that's got an interesting genetic basis. We found out through the sequencing that Warren did in our lab that there's actually 2 genes side by side that express nearly 2 identical sized proteins. But when we clone and express the 2 genes separately, it's only the protein that's produced by gene 1 that's reactive with antibody. The product that's being expressed by the second gene, while there, is not reacting. So there's an interesting biological phenomenon going on with these 2 closely related proteins, but only one of which is immunogenic with the human serum. And a final note here, not to push it, but there have been quite a few companies that have shown interest in this antigen, and I'm happy to think that at least something coming out of the lab might get out into the commercial sector. And I think that, again, though, the P39 antigen isn't going to be the end-all. In our collaborations with clinical centers like at Tufts, New England, we're finding that this is really a specific antigen, but it does take time for antibody to this antigen to develop and to be seen in either an ELISA or our Western blot analysis. So I hope the future will continue to show promise for this, and hopefully it'll play a role in improving on the diagnostics of Lyme disease. Thanks.
Thank you. It's exciting to know such good work is being done. Next is Dr. William Whitmire, who received a bachelor's degree at the University of Montana in both zoology and microbiology. Received a master's degree in medical technology at the University of Montana and a PhD in veterinary science at the University of Montana as well. The research in laboratory of vectors and pathogens at NIDA, at the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease at Rocky Mountain Laboratory in Montana, where they don't have Lyme disease. And as a research volunteer for the foundation. His interests are in immunology, parasitology, infectious disease, and immunoassays. He will be presenting a paper on the cellular responses to blood released by Borrelia burgdorferi. Dr. Jeffrey Feldman is a call. Please call your office. Emergency.
Thank you very much. I guess may I have the lights, please? Well, for the past few years, there's been a significant effort to characterize host cellular responses towards infections with Borrelia burgdorferi. Now, for example, antigen-specific T-cell responses have been known or have been documented in infectious hosts, and several researchers have been successful in cloning these reactive cells from Lyme patients. Infection, of course, not only results in the production of antigen-specific antibody, which is a direct result of specific T-cell responses as well.
and there have been some reports of non-specific B cells in the literature recently. With the time that I have today, I'd like to focus on these specific and especially non-specific B cell responses by the bloods of early Gregorii. Well, what are these bloods? These bloods can be defined as extracellular vesicles, which are shed from the surface of the spirochete. In the top panel, you can see several of these bloods that are associated with the surface of the spirochete. Now, in panel B, we can see our blood, or what is represented here of our blood preparation after several processing steps. Several intact vesicles can be seen, and also some amorphous material to note that there is an absence of intact spirochete. We compare our whole cell antigen from intact early Gregorii and our blood preparation in the following manner. Inoculate BSK2 media with the spirochete, throw this blood until there's a slight color change together. Separate the intact spirochete from the media by centrifugation, wash it on some TBS, and finally resuspend it in 0.15 molar TBS. The blood preparation is prepared from the BSK media by injection of this media to an additional centrifugation with 15,000 RPMs for 15 minutes. We then filter this media to a 0.22 micron filter, and then apply the media to ultracentrifugation at 45,000 K, or 45,000 RPM for 90 minutes, and then resuspend the resultant pellet in 0.15 molar TBS. At this point, either preparation is handled in an identical manner. We subject these preparations to 3 cycles of freeze-thawing, -80 degrees, scientific preparations on a burning salt condensator, centrifuge the resultant suspension, and obtain the supernate. That is, the supernate that is obtained from the whole cell preparation becomes our whole cell antigen preparation, which is shown here as AG or AG, and whereas the blood preparation, the supernate is the result from that becomes a blood antigen, or as my acronym is BAG. The solar stain of our 2 preparations after SBS polyfilamide gel electrophoresis reveals similar patterns, but some differences as well. I can figure out how to work this. Some of the differences are apparent down in the low molecular region. The single asterisk and double asterisk indicate the relative positions of oxy and oxidase respectively. The molecular weight standards are shown on the right. These immunoblocks demonstrate specific antibody response to these preparations. And of course, this is a result of a specific B cell response. We react to these immunoblocks with antisera from mice that we have infected by using sub-Q inoculation with 10 to the 7th low passage viable SH2 strain spirochete. Now, after we react these antisera to these Western blocks, we then expose them to a secondary antibody, which in this case is horseradish crossfade conjugated goat anti-mouse IgG, heavy light chain specific. We see a very similar reactivity in both of these preparations. There are some differences apparent, especially this 83 kilodalton band is evident in the whole cell preparation, not the bag. And also, there's our 41 kilodalton band, which we've been hearing about, which is reactivity towards flagellin, which we see there's reactivity in the whole cell, but not in the blood preparation. This would be something we'd expect, since only the intact spirochete would be expected to retain or endoflagella, and we wouldn't expect to see this in bad preparation. The single asterisk and double asterisk, as before, indicate reactivity to the oxy and oxidase antigens, which are present in both of these preparations. The outer strips are simply negative controls that were reacted with normal serum from mice that had been sham inoculated with TBS. We can see a slight degree of non-specificity here in the higher molecular weights or bad preparation, but it isn't anything major. Well, what about these non-specific responses? Well, we can detect these responses with a lymphocyte glycogenesis assay. We set up these assays in 96 wells in our pilot place. And into these wells, we dispense our controls and lighting for dilutions and variety bag preparation. To each well, we then add 200,000 spleen cells from naive or infected animals. We incubate these plates for 1, 3, or 5 days at 37 degrees centigrade, and then add tritiated dynamine, half a molecule, tritiated dynamine to each well and incubate the plates for another 18 hours at 37 degrees centigrade. We then harvest these cultures with a salt harvester and count them with a liquid simulation counter. Now the idea here is that these lymphocytes in our spleen cell suspensions are being stimulated by our preparation. They undergo what is known as blastogenesis. That is, they increase the size, they increase the amount of cellular DNA, and then start to undergo cell division. Well, our tritiated dynamine is then incorporated into the cellular DNA and it is directly proportional to the level of stimulation. The results of one of these lymphocyte blastogenesis assays with spleen cells from naive and infected animals under stimulation from our whole cell antigen and our blood antigen is shown here. Each bar represents the mean stimulation indexes of spleen cell cultures in triplicate. Each culture is seeded with pooled spleen cells from 3 individual animals. Going up, we have a stimulation index, which is simply the counts per minute of our test cultures divided by the counts per minute of our control cultures, such that any stimulation index that is significantly greater than 1 indicates a positive response. The positive responses that are expressed by spleen lymphocytes in both the naive and infected animals indicate that this is a non-specific response. Now, the greater response of our spleen cells in infected animals to our ag and bag preparation as opposed to our naive animals probably indicates that there is an antigen-specific response going on as well, and that is additive to the non-specific response. However, the greater response of our blood antigen as opposed to our whole cell antigen from either group of animals is what arouses our interest in these non-specific responses to Borrelia webs. We were concerned that there may be something in the media that was responsible for this blastogenesis. So we compared a media control shown here with MC by taking uninoculated media, processing it in an identical manner as a blood preparation, and then applying it to a blastogenesis assay in comparison with our blood preparation. What we can see here, or the result of this, indicates that there's really nothing in the media that is responsible for the significant blastogenesis displayed by our bag preparation. So in order to determine whether or not it was the B cells which were responsible for this blastogenesis, we applied our spleen cell suspensions to an anti-B cell affinity chromatography column, which selectively removes the B cells from the suspension. We then tested the remaining cells in lymphocyte blastogenesis and the stimulation from a media control, whole cell antigen, and a bag preparation. The results of this assay indicate that our SIs were at least decreased to the level of the media control, which indicates that indeed it was the B cells that are responsible for this blastogenic response, this non-specific blastogenic response. We have also confirmed this non-specific blastogenic response for flow cytometry as well. The next step was determine what class of antibody was being produced by these B cells. So we set up a lymphocyte blastogenesis assay using naive spleen cells in naive animals, stimulating them with a media control LPS or lipopolysaccharide from E. coli, which is a known polyactivator of murine B cells and also results in production of IgM. And our anti-bag preparations as well. After incubation, we tested the media for these stimulated cultures in a murine antibody subclass identification ELISA. The results of this test shows that our ag-and-bag stimulation resulted in a significant production of IgM similar to our LPS control. We do see a very slight degree of reactivity with our medium control, which may indicate that there is a very low level of endotoxin contamination in our medium. However, there is nothing there that can be responsible for the intense reactivity that we see under our ag-and-bag stimulation. So it appears that the IgM that is being produced by these stimulated B cells is not specific for any borrelia antigen, since we reacted immediately from these stimulated cultures to western blot of our whole cell and bag preparation. The strip on the left here is our positive control, which just indicates that our secondary antibody is functional. In this case, that antibody was horseradish peroxidase, both anti-Lyme, IgG, and IgM heavy linkage specific. This type of non-specific IgM production is characteristic of non-specific B-cell response. So, up to this point, it looks like our activity in the ag-and-bag preparation, as far as non-specific blastogenesis of B-cells is concerned, is identical to LPS. But recently, several investigators have reported similar results using whole cell lysate from early Rhodopsiride. But they indicated that this LPS-like activity was actually dissimilar from classic LPS, since it was resistant to treatment with polymyxin B. Now, polymyxin B is an antibiotic which binds preferentially to the lipidating moiety of LPS, and thus prevents the LPS from causing B-cell blastogenesis. So we thought we'd test the activity or our bag preparation ability to produce blastogenesis in the presence of polymyxin B. We made several concentrations of the polymyxin B, shown here. Oops, wrong slide. Shown here 10, 20, and 40 micrograms per mil of polymyxin B. And reacted this polymyxin B with our bag preparations as well as LPS control for 20 minutes at room temperature, and then tested isosuspension in blastogenesis assay. As far as the bag preparation is concerned, we see that this polymyxin B treated resulted in only a 20% decrease in blastogenesis, whereas for the LPS treated, or LPS that's treated with polymyxin B, we get as much as 55% increase in blastogenesis. This indicates that our factor in our bag preparation, which may be responsible for this blastogenesis, is not classic LPS. So, what does this mean to a Lyme patient? Well, it's conceivable that these blebs could be sequestered in the tissues of infected hosts and maybe play a role in the pathogenesis of the disease. This polyclonal activation of B cells may be the reason for increased levels of circulating IgM that have been reported in Lyme patients. And this factor, which is in our bloods and or whole cells, is responsible for this B cell activation or non-specific B cell activation, may also contribute to the over-inflammatory state of the patient, especially if it works by a similar mechanism to LPS. By this, I mean we have an increase of tumor necrosis factor as well as IL-1, and perhaps IL-6, which would then initiate the acute phase response. There have been reports, as we've heard today, as well, of increased levels of tumor necrosis factor and IL-1 in Lyme patients. And perhaps the worst case scenario would be that this polyclonal activation of B cells might result in stimulation of autoreactive B cells. There is a population of lymphocytes known as CD5, which has been reported to contain some autoreactive cells. So, if these events hold true, it may be that therapeutic approaches that can cancel out these events or interfere with these events might be valuable in the treatment of Lyme disease. Thank you.
The last speaker for the afternoon is Irianda. Okay, I'll try this. I was practicing all night. Okay, Irianda said,
Yes, I know this.
okay. I'm sorry, Mrs. President. She comes to us from Lithuania via Moscow. Is that close enough? She's the faculty, was at the Faculty of Medicine at Vilnius in Lithuania, and comes to us from the University of Moscow. She's Lyme Disease Foundation and Hearts Fellow, and she will speak to us on the state variants of Lyme Disease. Man, I'm getting punchy here. The selection of antibiotics. Okay, thanks. But one thing, remember, all these people that are coming, these cutting edge folks, do you notice how they can get the projector to start right away? And how
Actually, I'm waiting for you to see it at the health in San Antonio. So this is the work that I'm presenting from outside San Antonio. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. At first, I would like to thank organizers of this meeting, at first for organization of this meeting itself, and second for inviting this meeting, and letting me talk about my work. The subject of my talk is selection of antigenic variants of Borrelia burgdorferi in vitro. This work probably would never been done without learning about growth inhibition phenomenon in vitro itself. Therefore, let me first introduce the system we make growth inhibition in vitro, the way it was developed and evaluated. Could we have the light? Finding about existing such a disease as Lyme disease, a huge number of work already has been done trying to find that in the United States there's not this disease. And of course, metric-based immunoassays like indirect immunofluorescence or ELISA or Western blot really proved their value for diagnosis as well as for epidemiological purposes. But just by their nature, they just cannot be used to evaluate functional activities of immune cells, like agglutination or growth inhibition or optimizing cells, or even preventing infection itself. And for that reason, functional tests are needed, like already have been some reports about successful application of complement fixation, agglutination, tests for diagnostic purposes, as well as about in vitro mobilization or inhibition of larval growth with the blood from experimental animals. And I would like to find the inhibition of larval growth that has already been performed by group under guidance of Charles Badia, because our test actually is a little bit like this test. I learned the first serological assays for Borrelia disease were these functional assays, like immobilization, parapheresis, agglutination, complement fixation, or adhesion, and as you can see, they were reported almost centuries ago. Actually, it's referring to more recent times, back to 1984, 1985. Those times were already some functional studies on Borrelia burgdorferi trying to
evaluate the functions of monoclonal antibodies in elimination assays. And later on in 1985, another phenomenon was found that serotype-specific immune serum against Borrelia gastritis can inhibit this special serotype of Borrelia gastritis, but not other serotypes. And based on all these studies, we decided to look also at functional assay, trying to find some functional assay for Borrelia gastritis and put constructed those for our study. At first we asked ourselves, can antibodies inhibit growth of Borrelia gastritis? And if they can, how specific is the inhibition? Also, finding that can in vitro growth inhibition assay provide information that cannot be unfailingly extrapolated from those of mentioned data. And finally, what would be possible applications of growth inhibition? Trying to answer all these questions, we applied functional tests like elimination and vitro growth inhibition, as well as ELISA and SSH and Western. We looked at first at polygonal sera using sera from immunized rats, mouse, and rodents, as well as 20 human specimens. As I'll be talking about growth inhibition tests very much in this talk, I just included this slide to show how actually the plate of growth inhibition looks like. And as you can say, it's very clear because of phenotypic indicator of the medium to differentiate the growth is inhibited and not. And just to confirm that we are right judging by color indication, we also look by eye and microscope. At first, we looked at polygonal serum from rats inside, and for that purpose, 4 groups of rats were immunized with Borrelia. 3 of them with 3 different Borrelia gastritis isolates, and that's represented by this curve. And the 4th group was immunized with Borrelia gastritis. And as you can see, the type of crabs for homologous reactions actually are shaped very similar for all 3 types of animals. Having a peak starting about 5 weeks, reaching 6, 7, and then a little decline in the titers could be noticed more expressed with functional tests. Talking about cross-reactivity titers, and for that reason, polygonal sera against Borrelia gastritis was included. Titers were different. As you can see, it was very little, if not at all, cross-reactivity with functional assay. It was kind of high cross-reactivity with metric-based assay device. What means that a little bit of increasing of titers, cross-reactivity titers and growth inhibition in week 12, we actually don't know. We haven't looked at that very much time. Encouraged with these data, we decided to include different Borrelia gastritis cells using them as an antigen and as an antibody, again was serving immune sera from the rats of week 6. This time we used anti-19, C31, both isolates are from North America and are very close to like
by protein profile. G1 is isolated from Germany and represents different serotypes and further different aspects, and also included in synthetic thing where they have site. Again, and examining HB19 and B31, we also included to the study low values of both of these strains. And again, compare the growth inhibition and elimination of ELISA. And when trying low packages were compared, it was really no difference by ELISA, but kind of noticeable difference by growth inhibition assay. Elimination was not performed because with low packages strains because of the tendency to auto-eliminate. Looking at G1, again, it was significantly lower titers by both growth inhibition and elimination, and again, not very well. And as you can see, it was no cross-reactivity titers in these. Encouraged by that polyclonal data, polyclonal reactive, we decided to look at other animals like mouse and baboon, just to check maybe just rats, especially nice animals. And we immunized the mouse exactly by the same team as the rats, and looked at the 4th week after immunization period. And as you can tell, it was almost the same type as by growth inhibition with the mouse field. And the baboon was immunized by different team, actually trying to, with the live cells, actually trying to create experimental infection, and maybe because of that type as well. Another thing that we decided to look at is to evaluate monoclonal antibodies, and there was ability to inhibit or eliminate cells in vitro. Again, as antigen that Borrelia burgdorferi strain HB19, B61, and G1, and Borrelia campsite. As antibodies, we used anti-OSB and anti-OSB, which are the main separate protein of the monoclonal antibodies. As it was expected, those monoclonal antibodies that were not bound by Western blot were not inhibiting or eliminating cells like HB61 against HB19 cells. As concerned monoclonal antibodies that would bind the Western blot, in this case with growth inhibition and elimination, these cells have proved themselves to be much more differentiating. And for example, you can tell by these data that titers with G1 were considerably lower as titers with B31. As well as, for example, titers with anti-OSB monoclonal H614 HB19 and H61, and this monoclonal binds exactly the same by Western blot. We also looked at the minimum concentration of purified animals because those are titers of the cycle foods containing monoclonal antibodies. As it seems that it's possible to use purified monoclonal, and we purify them by what they call. And here, there is a study and amount of nanograms per milliliter that's required for the inhibition. Performing all those experiments, we were of course very curious to
patient serum, trying to find out how patient serum will react in that kind of test. Actually, I think we will let the audience decide how the results turn out. What we were sure is that all these samples were sent to our CDC, and the control human serum were meeting the control criteria, CDC control criteria, as well as Lyme disease patient criteria. So they definitely Lyme disease serum. And in all control serum, we have really negative results by growth inhibition assays on good complement or without good complement. Performing this test for the patient serum, ELISA and in vitro growth inhibition titers were really difficult to compare. For example, the first patient serum that had the highest ELISA was negative by growth inhibition, and for example, this patient. But for example, patient that would probably be considered negative by ELISA definitely has growth inhibition titers. So probably could be conclusion done now summary that some results could be that growth inhibition and other functional tests probably could give some advantages against imaginary assays. And finally summarizing this part of our study, we came to this conclusion that some functional activities of antibodies against viruses were examined, and antibodies in the absence of complement can inhibit viral growth. Mechanism was still unknown. This inhibition phenomenon correlates with elimination, but probably cannot entirely be attributed to it. And why we think that? Because sometimes, and when you look under the microscope, so many times you really can differentiate alike and dead cells, and very often you can see that a cell is without a daughter, so it's not alike anymore, but it's not eliminated. Growth inhibition as well as elimination assays are trained and serotype specific. And as I already said, functional tests may offer some advantages over current methods of evaluation assays for evaluation of antibodies to growth rate in human and animal life. Performing all these studies, we turned on kind of interesting phenomenon. Even with incubation, after incubation rate, with the monoclonal or polyclonal immune, after 3 or even longer times a year, we were able to find some allied cells that seem not to be effective. And of course, the further way to go was to look what represents these cells by themselves. And maybe they were just cells that didn't have enough time or enough antibodies to be inhibited or eliminated, or maybe they just developed some ways to escape antibodies. And actually, again, going back to the history, microbial dissociation under effect of immune serum was described as really, again, a long time ago by very different scientists. And more recently, especially during the last decade, in vitro production of endogenous variants has proven a valuable strategy for identifying antigens or epitopes of different viruses and parasites, especially viruses that affect. And this approach has so decided to try to select antibody-resistant escape variants and use for that solution of antibody twice, at least twice the minimum concentration required for our composition. Our various experiments were performed in tubes and we were sure that we really have our escape variants. Then experiments were performed on solid medium on plates or in microtype plates for treatment studies or sample colony plates. All mutants that we were able to find were examined by FDA and Western blot analysis. Some of them were examined by in vivo protease, treatment protease, and also by Southern blot analysis. And of course, we realized that much more precise studies should be performed really to know what is going on and how frequent is escaping, and to look at all the ways that we're able to escape antibody. But at least by now we were able to, based on stage phenotype, to identify 4 groups of escaping in all these cases, whether it was authorized strains, B31 and 1819 ways. And again, being on the monoclonal antibodies, as mentioned before, against Australia, as well as for And another thing that I haven't mentioned, that all of that we were able to find were stable under extensive passages without circumstances. The first group was a group that was lacking OSA and OTB, and therefore it was these variants were resistant to selective antibody as well as other antibodies. The second group represented variants that had some kind of low specific protein truncation, and again they were resistant to selective antibody and probably not probably to some other antibodies, not all of them. The third group represented the group that was resistant just to selective antibody, but not to all others, and as well as group 4, they were exactly the same by SES stage as the Lyme strain. They didn't differ by SES stage. But by Western blot, the Western blot, this variant of this group were not by any circumstance. And very briefly, just show some examples of these variants. The first group, as I mentioned, this is the treatment protein case. It doesn't have OSA and OTB as represents the Lyme disease stage. And instead of that, it develops some other proteins that by protein case treatment also gives as was examined by Robert Fitzgerald and Southern blot, these variants were lacking 49. The second group of variants represented truncations, and they were resistant and some. This is the third group that was exactly the same by that stage, but not binding by that one. And some examples of that this was the study of how often we can expect our escaping the variants this year, and it seems that probably it's about between 10 to the 5 and 10 to the 4.
summarizing all the data, we can say that although the exact mechanism by what antibodies inhibit Borrelia is unknown, Borrelia burgdorferi has a variety of ways to escape this inhibition, and this escape is a mutation and not a scientific variation. Again, repeating myself, it's possible to use the variant selection by antibodies approach, not only in virus and parasites, but also in Borrelia burgdorferi and genetic studies. And growth inhibition and variant selection in vitro have implications for immune response to Borrelia burgdorferi studies and vaccine models. And finally, the last slide of my collection is the most nice one. The picture of the person that some in the audience know very well. And whose guidance I'm really very fortunate to provide Dr. Alan Marvel. And it's not his thoughtfulness, not his deep knowledge in the field, and not his scientific intuition, and sometimes just very warm smile just like
Okay. We want to encourage the speakers to come back for the public forum. Everybody's invited to the public forum, particularly the speakers. It's an opportunity. We've invited the public from the region. It's been well publicized. We expect a good turnout tonight at 7:30. This way the public has an opportunity to meet the speakers and to ask the experts. Make sure that you sign up for those of you who are credits for the CME credits, nursing, dental, not dental, but the vets and the physicians. Please sign in. And next door there in the Freedom Ballroom, there is a reception there, and it should have started about 5 minutes ago.